Hi. Who broke my wall? Answer me, because we are in a new future. Things never before seen are now available. Things never before done are now doable. Point is, we are entering a territory of the game I have never experienced before, and I think that is cool and exciting and warrants a cool stylistic change to the framing device of the streams. The wall is broken, and we shall now have generally cool screenshots of the world. Let me put this cactus back. I had to slightly relocate that cactus for that introductory shot. But now we're ready. We are now in high voltage for real, kinda. And there's a lot we can do. So, given the overwhelming amount of stuff that we could theoretically do, and my tendency to freeze up when presented with the option of doing things, I have taken the liberty of preparing an actual plan for today, written down and everything. You don't need to know the specifics, but I know the specifics, so I know what I should be aiming for today. And the plan is mostly three-parter. Step one, I want the advanced circuit assembler so that we can continue to get our foot in the door and never have to fall back on the bad efficiency circuit construction ever again, which the advanced circuit assembler will provide to us. Theoretically, I should say. Most of the benefits that this provides requires a clean room. That's a little off. It's going to require some production on our part of some fanciness. But I think we can do that too. And I think we can. I think the biggest problem is just going to be concrete, material acquisition and processing. Which, to be honest, is not that bad. We've made concrete before. It was a big ingredient in some of our early game constructions. I forget which one. Point is, it was one of them. So all we got to do is produce more concrete on a bit larger scale. The other part of the plan is to solve a different material problem. Water. Something especially important if we want to do copious amounts of water processing, which we do for at least the sandwich factory. To do that, we are going to create the magical device known as the reservoir. With the construction of 4 reservoir blocks put in a 2x2 configuration, we can do the infinite water trick from regular Minecraft. By adding 2 water in the corners, it'll make water on the other corners infinitely, and we can just draw a bucket from it once every second. So our objective is going to be to construct this. Because the reservoir doesn't require any electronic circuits, just a random cauldron and the other wacky components here, I think we should start there. Now, the material requirements on this are going to be a little extreme, but I'm sure we can do it. Because it's mostly just expensive materials, utilized as we've always done. One craft of this gives us, I guess, 2 reservoir. We need 4. So my plan is to take 4 pumps to make that. What are we making a pump? Some steel, some stainless steel, some rubber, some gold cable, all normal things, and 1 electric motor. So 4 pumps means 4 electric motors. What does 4 electric motors need? Magnetic steel rod in the middle, stainless steel rods on the end, silver cable, 2x silver cable, and 4x electrum wire. So in terms of magnetic steel to get 4 motors, we're going to need 2 ingots of steel, 4 ingots of stainless steel, 8 ingots of silver cable and 32 ingots of electrum. That's pretty bad. But for electrum, that's split 16 ingots of gold, 16 ingots of silver. Let's start there then. Fortunately, thanks to our glowstone processing that we've done, and let me just fill up the machine again with whatever glowstone plant we have sitting around. We have some gold, so we can make some electrum. Silver supply, we've got a few stacks, so that's not a big worry. And finding silver is easy. The Twilight Forest is jam-packed with the stuff. Here you go. Take this, put it in the centrif. And proceed from there. Take out our product here. We've already got a stack of gold. Processed it all. Everything's going well. So to start off, let's make that electrum. Nothing complicated, just get ourselves the 16 silver, 16 gold, and then bring more silver because we'll need it for regular wires. And head off to the machine that mixes stuff together into one material, the alloy smelter. While that's going, think about the pump for a second. A stainless steel fluid pipe, you get 2 for 6 stainless steel. So we're going to need 12 stainless steel for that. And an additional 4 for the rod. So that's going to be 16 stainless steel out of our supply. Which is approximately a quarter of all the stainless steel we've ever made. Where is the stainless? There it is. So 4 out for that, and then 12 for bending. We will be going the extractor solidifier trick for that. For the plates, we will simply bend it. Making the rod specifically is going to be a little pricey. In terms of energy, I mean. 120. Where's my battery? There's my battery. Let's put that in the bending machine before it shorts or brownouts. Good timing, self. So with the 12, we still don't have a solid, good way of making pipes aside from the good old classic manual strat. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be all the ones we need. Still hear the alloy smelter going well. The silver dust. To confirm, 2x silver cable. We need to smelt some of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check out our annealed copper ingot. Electrum's almost ready to go. Very good. And with making 4x cable, we are going to need this at setting 4. Put it in. Because the speed is the same speed regardless of what X of cable you're making, doing a high X cable is faster in terms of running through your input than smaller gauge cables. Actually, I need to remember how the gauge metric for works. Yeah, the American wire gauge. Interesting. I'm reading this, and it's like 36 American wire gauge is 0.005 inches in diameter. 0000 AWG is 0.46 inches diameter. The ratio of these diameters is 1 to 92, and there are 40 gauge sizes from 36 to quadruple zero, or 39 steps. Because each successive gauge number increases cross-sectional area by a constant multiple, diameters vary geometrically. Any two successive gauges have diameters whose ratio, diameter B divided by diameter A, is the 39th root of 92. Approximately 1.2293. So going from gauge, I guess 2 to gauge 1 would make it 1.2293 times thicker. Wacky. Wacky stuff. Okay, I figure the silver is done. The silver is done. We have one magnetic steel rod, but that is not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. The silver rods are done. Let's put in the steel. Let's start preparing the crafting table with the materials in the configuration we want them. Silver ingots I go into gauge 2. That means that they will take exactly the same amount of time because we used... Nope, I'm incorrect. It will take half the time. Because there are 4 here. From there, the bending of... Well, we've already got the pipes. Maybe we should start preparing the other components. We know we are going to want at least 4 rotors, 1 for each pump. So prep the rotor mold. And then we want a bunch of screws. 1 for each motor. 1 for each pump. Which is also 1 for each motor, but mostly in terms of ratio, not in terms of cause and effect. Okay, rods are complete. Let's go polarize them to give me a bit of an inventory space. Put the rod mold away. And get our supplies going. I kind of want to chaperone this one because I don't want to accidentally... What have I done? Okay. I've made a colossal mistake. But how did that work? We got an ingot out of it. What's the recipe for a large fluid cell? Four double steel plate and 4 rings equals 1 large steel fluid cell. That would be 8, and I guess a rod. Well, a rod's half an ingot. This is something quite less. Okay, so that is the correct ratio. I guess we didn't destroy it, we just unassembled it. Which, unnerving, but I guess fixable. 2, 3... But we did lose the steel inside the bucket. So that's a blunder. At least it wasn't full. 8,000 liters of lost steel would have been catastrophic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dump that for a second, please. Thank you. Goes away. So we lost 8 ingots of steel. I think we'll survive. Put the rotor and the screws in here for construction later. Here's 12 steel ingots to make me feel a little better about the problem that I just caused myself. And then... it's not a proper ratio. Yeah, we're off by rod. But we can fix that by recycling this one. We're gonna need a new fluid cell. There. Everything's been nice, neat, and orderly sorted. And I only lost a little bit to a foolish mistake. Polarizers are ready. Place them in. Silver cable should be done wiring. We can coat. I guess in that case, it's not actually that big a problem for us to just make our own cells now. I've yet to craft one. I've gotten all of these from quests, but maybe it can be done now. Medium voltage bending machine would make the double plating not require our own manual hammer, but a manual hammer is fine. And the bronze rings, we've learned fluid extraction tech, so that's quite simple. Biggest expenditure is really just the steel. We got steel. Okay, wrong device. Right device. Welcome to having 4 electric motors. That puts us part of the way into this quest, I guess. We'll make the pump. The rest of this will just come at a future date. I'm not going to focus too much on that. The reservoir quest is technically locked behind this quest, but I don't care. I want the reservoir before the game tells me I want the reservoir. So, pump. Slot that in. I just want to see what our progress is on the individual ingredients we need. We're going to need 8 rubber rings, 4 gold cable. Let's just smelt the gold. If we turn it into electrum, alloy furnace can work just as well on dust as it can ingots. Meanwhile, the rubber rings. Maybe I should make the empty cells as well, because then I can solve the polyethylene quest. The regular one. Okay, but like, where's the regular construction recipe? Not there. Unless it's from the universal... yeah, okay. It's 4 tin casings. And a tin casing is half a tin. So 4 tin casings would be 2 tin ingots. Great. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was distracted from my job. Not a big problem, though. Spare rings ain't really a problem, and fluid extraction is pretty much lossless. Okay. Now all we need is that gold wire. Take 2 of these ingots, wire mill on gauge 1. Technically, this is a higher gauge than a larger gauge, but I think it's for the best that the gauge system, which is not really called the gauge system or use the terminology of the gauge system at all, goes bigger is a higher number. Because that's more intuitive to a person familiar with the concept of measuring things, usually. But I understand that the gauge system for cables is because thinner cables have benefits in terms of electrical conduction. Yeah, like the amount of current it can flow through it. Which is apparently ampacity, which is a great term. And I'm really happy it is an actual term from the United States National Electrical Codes. That's funny. That's really funny. Oh, gold cable complete. We can now technically take all this, but I will take all of this in a more calm and collected manner. Some of the more esoteric materials back in just to save room. We want cable the motor, the this, the this, the this, the those. I imagine we are putting all of these on an assembling machine. Assembler does not have a circuit condition. You just put it all in there, and it does the thing. Hey, look, it's doing the thing. Great. Well, that's the hard part taken care of. Now we just got to do the not so hard parts. We are going to need to make 4 cauldrons. My mistake, we are only going to need to make 2. Which is bent iron slapped together. Meanwhile, the final ingredient is going to be 12 fused quartz, which is either alloy smelted glass and Certus quartz or blast furnace glass and Certus quartz. Or glass and nether quartz. The choice is yours. Now, it's very particular that you start with glass dust, so we're gonna have to start with glass dust. Now, we do have glass already, but it's not enough for this. So let's do some fluid processing on sand. Oop. It's gonna take a bit. Let's also prepare our block mold. This is not an elegant plan in any stretch of the imagination. My plan is to just take 16 sand, turn it into 16 molten glass, turn it into 16 glass, macerate it, then combine it with some Certus quartz or whatever to make the fancy glass. Back to cauldron for a second. Assembler on circuit setting 7. That's all it takes. A little slower than doing it myself, but I don't mind. We gotta wait on stuff anyway. And if this takes a while, it means I don't have to think about it for a while. Oh, that's 6. We'll let the rest assemble itself. Meanwhile, we'll take the other 6. This is our 12. We will macerate it all into dust. Now, as far as Certus quartz or some other equivalent, what do we have enough of? We're going to be doing 12, so we need 24 of the target material. Here's Certus quartz. Combine it here. We don't have 24. Quartzite dust is acceptable. Either Certus or... Oh, my mistake. Either nether quartz or Certus quartz. No other options. One quartzite. We can put it with the other quartzite. Here we go. Mostly quartzite, mostly Certus quartz. We'll need to macerate this out as well then. That's fine. Macerator reel. I'm gonna do the blast furnace for maximum overkill. I just think it's funny. Any special setting on that? Nope, just let it run. And glass dust. This is the only possible things you can do with glass dust in a blast furnace, so we don't need to worry about that. We will be getting the high voltage overclocking, which means this should take 2.5 seconds per, which is funny. Oh, we get a lot more Certus quartz from that than I recall. I guess because it's a gemstone and not a metal ore, it gives us better than the regular 2-to-1 ratio, which is something that happens for other materials as well. Probably because of the opportunity cost of losing the crystalline structure. Speaking of performing operations on materials, I ran the numbers, and it seems that when we do the glowstone processing, that one low voltage extractor, 2 recipes, is less than the time it takes for the medium voltage centrifuge to centrifuge out the glowstone components. Which means that on one of those, on one extractor, and the negligible amount of charge for the crop manager, we can do all of the processing of glowstone on a single medium voltage generator of some kind. Which is good. Okay, let's clean the Certus quartz, see if we get any bonus. Ah, the bonus is quartzite. Appreciated. It seems that the rest of the glass extraction is probably done. Let's forward this approximately 10 over here. Turn that in the glass and have this be a component of our glass storage for the medium future. Then what? The glass dust is already in the EBF. We just need the Certus quartz at our convenience. You are taking your time to do it. I value the benefits of getting extra material out of our material processes. I just like it to be a little faster. Well, with this Certus quartz, we can do half of it. Oh, wait. I learned of a thing. There's cover technology that we should really be utilizing. Which one of these is it? It was like the... Yes, the item holder. By soldering some plates to some chests at increasing levels of difficulty, we can make a cover that does basically what I was trying to do with the crafting cover earlier. You get to put a number of singular items in a thing on the side of a machine to access. So for fluid solidification, we could put these in it. For the laser engraver, we could put the lenses in it. It's exactly the thing I wanted, and it's real, and I found it. Now, given the diminishing returns on, like, the material you use in the chest, it might be... The laser engraver, we don't need a lot of lenses. We can use a basic one. But we have a lot of molds, so... If we want to make sure we got all the space for it, we might need to use... I think it might be better if we use just a multitude of basic item holders. So long as we have the cover space for it. Let's see here. There's our 24. Time to get our glass. Bonk. Oh, did we get the improved overclocking because of the temperature? Blast resistance is now 20. Does not protect against nukes. Thanks. Good to know that's a thing I need to worry about. Oop, oop. Oop, oop. And finally, the cauldrons from earlier. Behold! The reservoir. No fanfare for this, but this is very, very meaningful. The best way to demonstrate this. I'm going to use the tank siding tanks as a storage medium, while the reservoir itself acts as the production. So, sorry, buddy, your days of having good water production is over. So the way to do this is that it starts off having an empty capacity of 2 water. But then you put the 2 water in it, and the moment it's full, it starts generating its own. Okay, next, I'm going to just take a classic fluid pipe, plop it, and then force down, connect here. I think we may need a pump. I think we have a spare pump. We do. Okay. We want always on, block input, go. There you go. And now all the water's going into this thing. It's fast too, like 1 bucket per second. So we've now functionally solved any potential danger of a water shortage for the near future. And now we can use water everywhere to do things. We could electrolyze it to get the things you get from electrolysis, hydrogen and oxygen. Now, oxygen... Okay, getting oxygen from it's alright. It's slow, it's not energy efficient. But it is infinite. As opposed to other sources of oxygen like our pile of junk over here. That said, the pile of junk's looking like quite a good pile. We should probably electrolyze some of these. I'm gonna go with the banded iron because iron is a resource that we have immediate, like, psychological semblance of utility for. Problem is, I don't have the storage space for oxygen right now, so maybe we just smelt it. Just a little. 2 stacks of dust we don't have to worry about anymore, and it's not like we'll stop having oxygen. Another thing I can do to sort of better partition this is have the water flow from one side to the other and then go out from here. Then I'll just dictate that no in, only out to help move it along. There. Now we've technically converted these 2 containers from water production to water storage. 400 buckets in here, 88 buckets in here, and rising. And we just take the water out and use it however we wish. Preferably from here, though, because this is the flow state, and we want to be as close to the output as possible to avoid choking the factory in 2 different directions, without it being centralized. Nice. Next up, let's make the fluid cells we need for the tin. Well, for the pyrolysis, not the polyethylene. I'm getting the wrong nouns. This one should be fairly simple. We have 20. We can find a single one to spare somewhere temporarily. And then that'll get us to 41. By making... Oh, there's the plate. Let's say fluid extract all of this, auto port it over to the fluid solidifier, and put in the casing mold. There we are. That should make 80. And if we're done with the cells, we can just fluid extract them back in the tin. Use them elsewhere. It's a nice, simple, and repeatable system. I, for one, am very happy about it. Well, reservoir complete. Now... Well, I guess I'm doing the polyethylene thing. Let's make the thing for the lenses. The one problem is that it might have to, like, stay with the engraver somehow. And that implies that we might want to have a permanent location for the engraver. But I think if we come at it from the assumption that, at the very least, power will come from below, which is something we're starting as a practice here, that this thing will be connected almost exclusively to for a lot of situations, the thing we're going to be laser engraving will be wafers. Sometimes we won't, though. There's like some Project Red stuff I want to do. So it's okay if this thing is a standalone machine, and a standalone machine will very likely be getting power from below based on this new paradigm that I think looks nice. So by doing that, if we put the cover on any side that isn't the bottom, I think we're fine. So let's make that. Get a chest, get a steel, slap together, put the lenses inside. I think the lenses will break upon moving the machine, but that's okay. Looking for a spare chest we might have, and I don't think we have any. The nutrition meta is not going well for me. Yeah. Maybe we should prioritize the sandwich factory even harder. Are you holding up? You're not holding up at all. Let's get some more logs for you and some more logs for me. Oh. Hey, we did it! Woo! Alright. Ooh, distillation tower. Oh, slap you in there. We can take... This will be our big experiment. The recipe for a chest circuit setting mode is no circuit setting. Just 2 and 2. Convenient. Then we put that in, and we get 1 steel. And declare ourselves victor... Ah. We need a little bit of soldering material. Fortunately, they sell those at the solder store. Wait 25 more seconds and that'll be good. Very good. Water is now free, so ore washing, cutting machines, all that we can now give permanent locations. And stylistically, it might be a good use of our wooden pipes that we have lying around. There's our cover. Slap it on there. Look at this! Oh, you can even move it! That's awesome. That there. So it's kind of an inventory in an inventory. I see. So put the lenses in There we go. Nice. Now if we take this. It takes it with them! But the side of the cover is static to reality. So it will always be facing towards that way, no matter what orientation we make the machine. Interesting, and we can reconfigure it later. What's important is that this thing is now prepared to just be ready to go with all of its stuff. And I think that's very nice. Oh, we had chests in here the whole time. Problem with the molds is that there's more of them, and we use them in different contexts. In terms of the rubber one, we could make a duplicate plate and ring mold. But the sheer quantity of molds we'll want to work with means that we'd either have to specialize the machines that use them, or alternatively, make many duplicates, have many storage solutions at like the highest tier, and that's just a whole big pain. So I choose not to. We will keep the molds in this chest, where they fit and work. I'm gonna recycle this tin screw back to the ether. You're alright with that. Okay, an empty cell is made out of a universal fluid cell, which is 4 tin. An assembler with no other instructions. Okay, please do that. You'll be doing that for a while. Meanwhile, this tin... and do that. It can be put in there. I can put it in there because I accidentally picked up the wrong cell. We can pick up the correct cell. Pick it up. There we are. Okay, all the tins have been accounted for. That'll be a bit. Okay. Check one off the list of things I wanted to do. Reservoir. And some bonus things along the side. Next up, then... I suppose that if we're following the order strictly, I wanted to make an advanced circuit assembler. We make an advanced circuit assembler. We have 2, and these are all medium voltage, so that's less intimidating than you might think. It's medium voltage with some high voltage circuits installed. So looking at all this, we're going to need 1, 2, 3 medium voltage circuits. We're going to need, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 medium voltage motors, and trace amount of other elements. As far as the technology bestowed upon us, we do have 4 MV circuits remaining, which would account for the 2 in here and the 2 in here. So this is actually the perfect excess, and maybe that's why the quest gave us that perfect excess. Makes my job easier. I don't got to do any more circuit work. It's just the components like this. Still, though, they do require some work. Let's recount the math here. 3 nil EXC27, of which we have 2. I will make 8. I choose to make 8. Let's see, 4 steel, 8 aluminum, classic other things. Start with the steel because it's faster. But all of this is going to be rod. There's our 20. Swap this over. There's our 20. We get this molten redstone cell, I suppose, dropped off here, and I guess we could convert it back into redstone. Actually, it's a redstone, not red alloy. How would we Okay, we can make a redstone plate and then probably macerate it. Okay. More importantly, this is our 41 cells. We'll put it in the large cell for now. Then we want to fluid extract all this polyethylene sheet. Put it in the individual empty cells. And then go from there. Oh no, it's an oh no. Spooky. Annealed copper cable, of which I will have, or regular copper cable is fine. Need some rubber sheets, may as well make some while I'm here. Given we're going to need 2 conveyor belts, I imagine we're going to need 12 rubber sheets. Are you holding up? Give me the achievement. Okay, take your time. 1 extra is no problem. I'm holding it. Oh, you won't even accept my quest until oxygen. Right. That's why I didn't pursue this earlier. Well, I guess I'll need more of these. At the very least, let's make that redstone plate to ease up on the cell usage. There. What is the use of a redstone plate? It is in the lens redstone chipset. Okay, so the lenses tell you the entire list of all things it does, which is nice. And I think I'm finally understanding the lens diagram sector. And these are just the 9 different lenses that are ostensibly red colored for red wavelengths. As for using it directly, it's combined with Project Red stuff to make some upgraded materials. It's an ingredient in the advanced air recycler. Air intake, capacitor banks, wooden vanishing frame, gold vanishing frame, routed interface pipe, advanced rail. It's just a big old component of some processing. Real intelligence enchanter. Redstone IO. hatchery. What's about this chipset? Charging table, programming table, gate, copier, iron chipset, that an upgrade? DC silicon, RF power provider, request logistics pipe Mark II, iron ore gate. Cool. I bet there's a whole thing in there. Now, what was I doing? I was preparing the rods. The steel rods are done. We can move the aluminum rods over. Hates when I do that, and I hate when I do it, because it hates when I do that, and it's being mean to me. Polarizer. Next up on the particular list of ingredients, we are going to need the copper nickel. Seems like we're going to need 32. This is 24. Do we have any spare copper nickel around? Technically, yes. Oh. Oops. Bad day in the office if this is stalling. So what's our recycling options? Macerator gets us that. Arc furnace gets us the things back immediately. Tin dust, quartz sand. These aren't the ideal. Either way, we're going to get 8 back, a tin, and some powder representing the mica stuff involved. Now, mica was kind of an ordeal, so I hesitate to get rid of it, but it could only possibly be in the form of copper nickel coil blocks anyway. We will need to wait for this to finish. And we only need to discard 1. So I shall only discard 1. In prepping everything else, though. And 16. Put those there. Now we'll have the volume room to do that. Oh. High voltage. Medium voltage macerator. Okay, we can't recycle these at all. In that case, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Get some copper, get some nickel, glue them together. It's a little more complicated than that, but I don't actually need to worry about that part. So that'll get us the motors. We have the conveyor belts ready. What else do we need? We're going to need an ender pearl, copper cable. Even the motors itself is going to need a good chunk of copper cable. We can at the very least prepare those. We have plenty of copper wire to coat. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Conveyor. Let's just say it's another solid 8. Now I'll do all of them. We don't need to be stingy on rubber, and we don't really need to be stingy on copper either. Maybe a little stingy. A respectable balance of stinge and not stinge. I think the spooky noise is coming from the Pyrolyse oven, which I suddenly realize is off. And it's off because it's full. Oh. Nifty. Put it here. Now, wood gas is our filter. Why can't I set the... Oh, because it's looking for the fluid in here. Well, that's tricky. Because I would have preferred it on site, because otherwise the tanks will just back up and be useless, like they're being right now. That fixes the local problem, but the global problem is that we got too much wood tar and not enough processing. Because that's full. Maybe we gotta do the void excess thing. Or maybe we just accept that it doesn't have to be on all the time. That said, I would love a place to empty this thing in of. I got an idea. Cable? The cable. Ah, the wire. Congratulations on your brand new 8 electric motors of medium voltage variety. Now, we can do something else. We make the individual components of the assembler. Such as, but not limited to, these 2 conveyors, this robot arm, which is going to be its own can of worms. Let's just start with the 2 conveyors, because they're easy and we can already make them. Good. Now let's do some of the emitter work. We're going to need 2 electrum rods and an ender pearl. Our ender pearl supply is fine for right now, especially at the low rate we're going through stuff. So it's just fluid, unfluid, some electrum into a rod shape, which is already the designed output. Meanwhile, I'm putting the wood gas back in the wood gas machine. Oop. And maybe I swap this thing over to doing the 9 to 5. How would we filter a fluid without it being on the machine itself? I don't know how we do that. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay, hello and welcome to an imminent code red situation. I'm your host for this adventure, Exception, and today we are going to be imminently hiding in our emergency bunker. But before we do that, I want to see if I can't get the final bit of technology done before I call it a night and hide in the bunker. There's the emitter. Inventory management's gone out the window, and I acknowledge and apologize for this. I've done a decent job lighting up the area outside, and as you can tell on the mini-map, enemies are spawning, but at a reasonable distance that I can run and hide. Meanwhile, you want aluminum? That should be fine. I'm still not used to the new piston protocol. It's okay, so we need 2 rods, 4 rods, 3 plates, 1 gear. 4 rods, 3 plates, 1 gear. So it's 6 ingots in total. Fluidified. Rods are already in there. Here's the gear. Here's the plate. Start with the gear. We'll go 1 plate, 2 plate, 3 plate. And the rest should be rods. Meanwhile, prepare the construction. Include the motors we will need. There's the piston. The arm is 2 more of the motors like this. Rod, MV circuit, copper along the top. Was I mistaken that it only took 3 circuits to do this? 1, 2, 3. I was mistaken. Relieved to be mistaken. Polyethylene with me, I just put it here. We gotta get the EBF running to burn through some of this. Now we have too much benzene. It's clogging up our everything. Perfectly acceptable problem to have. Wait, I think I just thought of a solution to the clog situation. I'm gonna make an infinite loop. The pipes. Yes. Alright, here's the plan. It's very silly, and it will probably break my wrench. But if we do something like this... Break that for a second. We need that to happen. Now, when there's excess benzene in the system, wood tar, sorry, it'll keep cycling repeatedly until it can eventually get back into this distillery, whereupon it will be able to process. Now, this means that if there's like some wood tar stuck here while it's making wood gas here and tries to cycle itself, the wood gas will be forced that way, while the wood tar can go in here. Sorry, it's actually the exact opposite problem. If wood tar is stuck down here and wood gas is up here, the wood tar can go that way, thus the wood gas can come down a little bit. That's the hope. So let's hope it works. Those in there. Check. Boop, boop. And we are missing two more cable provided. We are missing the advanced circuits, which I probably put in the advanced circuit box upstairs. For organization, we can put this back and take two of these. Emitter. Oh, we got it. And that's good. So that's our first branch in advanced circuit assembly stuff. All this stuff requires clean room, plastic boards, system on a chip to cheaper simple circuit. Systems on a chips or SOC are used, maybe SOC, are used to make circuits more easily. In this case, you can use simple SOCs to make old circuits more easily. What, you mean like a vacuum tube? You can package them. Circuit assembler makes NAND chip array. Oh, hold on, I'm under attack by a fierce creature of the night. Okay. And from that, we make... The NAND chip is an industrial replacement for the vacuum tubes that is much cheaper. You can't use it to make circuits, though, only to make other things as a ULV circuit. Make sure to check out all the possible recipes. I will do so right now. Yeah, any ULV vacuum tube NAND chip. Let's see, we can make a camera. What's that do? The camera block adds ray casting functionality to computers. The distance function calculates the distance to the nearest block along the specified ray, which, okay. Hold on, you're just telling me that we just get ray casting on a computer? Okay, back to this. Ignore that. Colorful lamp. Okay. ULV dynamo hatch generating electricity from. Okay, so this is an electric output. ULV energy hatch, ultra low voltage battery charger. I'm ignoring that. Dynamo hatch buffered. Ultra low voltage chest buffer. ME fluid storage component. Logistics disk for logistics pipes. High voltage fluid tank is made with these. Dark steel, NAND, and electric pump. That's very reasonable. I mean, the pump's a pain, but the rest of it's fine. Dark steel, we'd have to go out of our way to make that specifically, and maybe we can. No logic. Shapeless, we can make a redstone root. A programmed bio circuit. Which, doesn't that... Okay, no, bio circuits are dedicated a tier below. Pest killer. Integral encasement. Ultra low volt energy buffer. Blank modules. So a lot of logistics pipe type stuff. A wrap of these. Polymorphics. Carpenter makes... Can you make a circuitry board out of this? Or I guess a forestry circuitry board. You can make forestry circuit boards, circuit assembler. You can make ME storage components, fluid storage components, Essentia storage components, forestry circuits, and that's it for that. Forming press, you can make an any OLV circuit. Okay. And this is the quest for it. Okay, I don't think that helps me. It's interesting. Little basic baby material for some items, but not really circuit progression like I want. And now we want a clean room. Clean room is a multi-block goal. There it is. If you want to make more advanced and cheaper circuits, you will need a clean room. The clean room is an interesting multi-block because you will be placing other machines inside of the room. Clean room is a hollow multi-block between 3x4x3 and 15x15x15 blocks. The base does not need to be a square. Rectangular shape is fine. Top layer is built out of filter machine casings except for the edges, which are plascrete blocks. The controller needs to be in the center of the top layer. If the width or length of the room are even, then it can be any one of the 2 or 4 middle blocks. The rest of the structure is built out of plascrete blocks. Up to 30% of those plascrete blocks can be replaced by other valid blocks and materials. Reinforced door lets you get in and out of the clean room. Keep the doors closed, as the clean room more rapidly lose efficiency. Travel anchors and elevators also work. You can even embed them in the floor if you want to. In order to automate power and item transport through the walls, you can use cable diodes or machine hulls. Just be really careful when upgrading your machines to a higher voltage. You should remove the machine hulls. If you want to see inside, you can use any EV plus tier glass. If the clean room does not form, mind the 30% limit. The clean room itself will need a maintenance and energy hatch to run. Power usage of this multi-block is a bit unusual. It starts out at 40 EU per tick and then gradually goes down. But even when it uses 40 EU per tick, which is usually medium voltage, a single LV energy hatch suffices, as long as you give it enough power. Just keep in mind it makes the clean room an exception, not the rule. Let's build a 5x5x5 room for now. You can expand it later as needed. Give it power and let it run until it reaches 100% efficiency. Below 100% efficiency, machines inside the clean room have a chance to void outputs. You want to keep the clean room running at all times. Any maintenance issue reduces the maximum efficiency by 10%. Monitor your clean room with a hand scanner, industrial information panel, or using a needs maintenance cover and a redstone-powered light or howler alarm. Multi-blocks such as a large chemical reactor or hyper-intensity laser engraver don't need to be in a clean room. However, you will still need the clean room later for other machines like biolabs. Other helpful hints: you can use an AE wireless connector or a transvector interface or item transport to avoid machine hulls, and use a higher T efficiency hatch to reach 100% efficiency faster. Keep in mind that you cannot use anything in the clean room that causes pollution, or the clean room will stop working. That makes way too much sense. Okay, the clean room controller itself is 1 HV hull, 1 HV circuit, 2 HV motors, 2 stainless steel rotors, 3 item filters, which is a giant collection of fine steel wire, and zinc foil in polyethylene. Well, all right then. And that seems to be the only technical component of this, except for maybe the hatches, which do not need to be. That high voltage. Elevator I'm interested in, though. We used elevators a lot in Season 1. Which is to say, we used them ever. Once, maybe. Yes. Now, quick question first is, should I maybe pursue these? Now, all it'll take is 1 HV circuit. So 1 HV circuit for that, 1 HV circuit for the clean room. That's our supply, and it is enough for just the stuff. I want to do this because the quest has been bothering me and how not complete it is, and I want to get credit for it. The water tanks are full. Splendid. Boop that there. Head back, and let's do that quest. It'll be a big cut to our stainless steel. But that's what the stainless steel is for, so we really can't complain. So what exactly are we going to need here? Electric piston, robotic arm, and conveyor module. We have the 1 circuit we're going to need for that. Let's see, this is going to be... Well, the piston will be used to make the robot arm, so it's really just make a robot arm and a conveyor module. So that's going to be 5 motors of high voltage tier. And a motor at high voltage tier is magnetic steel, stainless steel. We've done this before. I will make 6 under my normal protocol of just evening out the central magnetized rod usage. Start with the steel because it's faster. Let that cast. We will be making a piston, so we will need to care about these. And we just learned that the ratio is 6 to go to arm, and we will be going to arm. power is going to be distributed between these two, so I need to wait a second. Polarizer, do I still have the battery somewhere? It's in the polarizer. That is where it should go right now. That'll be a while. The rod's there, and let's prepare something else. We are going to need, once again, a supply of electrum. If we're making 6 motors, we're going to need 48, so that's going to be 24 of each of the constituent parts. Starting to worry about our silver supply. Starting to worry about our gold supply. It takes a lot. And it's going to keep taking from us. We recently mined something that would give us lithium. What was it? Tungstate, spodumene. Ooh, the pinkish stuff. It was either spodumene or lepidolite. I'll check both. Spood? Spod. You. 20 for a little bit. $20 for a little bit. Not ideal. How many do we really need? These would be 8, so that'd be 80 spodumene, of which we have 79. Just short. Oh well. Okay, the rods are done. We need 4 rods here. Then 1 gear. And then 3 plate. Fantastic. Why did I hear the sound of something? No steam? Can it not extract down? Okay, this is this is actually a really dangerous situation. If we add any water to these natively right now, they will explode. I learned my lesson last time. Wait. Okay, now that they've been disarmed, we can fix the water situation, and I think it is as simple as it don't work like this. Put that back. We're gonna need another pipe then. Okay. Pick a big one just to be stylish. And instead of putting it here, I'll put it here. Now, water's going into the pipes again. We now do this based on what serves what. This is the creosote line, and it's going to the first two. So these are the liquid fueled. Firebox there, firebox there. That would make these logically the solid fuels I'm under attack. Do you mind? I'm in the middle of a crisis. Also, where the heck are you going? Hey, Quest. And then we take the charcoal at the very least, and we can recycle it back to the system. And now we should be good and safe. The steam will have to reset, but that's fine. What's important is that by doing it this way, we stop them from exploding again. Do you mind? I already did the zombie quest. In fact, I'm gonna get the reward for it right now. Oh, right, my hazmat suit is iffy. I should engage in pitch combat less. Oh, are we clogged on creosote again? Yeah, we are. Okay, now it's chugging because we're in the early stages of reclamation. As the temperature increases, it will become more efficient, and we'll be fine. Looking good. Alright, back to the objective. We are going to need some silver cable as well. Where's my silver at? Hey, a stack of iron. Hey, a stack of iron. Maybe we should use those to make another big ol' one of these. As in the multi-block bowls. What it look like. Not you, but you. Let's see. There's a lot of iron. A stack of iron for that. A little bit of that. And a little bit of that. Actually, not that bad. The biggest expenditure is the iron tank wall. Probably because we need all of it. But you can also make it bigger. Got the blueprint visual? No. Hmm. Deep contemplations. I don't want that quest complete. To do that quest, to get this quest. So do me the Ender Pearl quest. I can do the Fluid Pipe Gear Chest Hopper quest. I can do this quest. Just basic redstone stuff. A lot of stuff I want. The alloy smelter is done. We can now take the electrum ingots, turn them into 4X cable. There we are. Silver should be done smelting. I had to check that that wasn't silver. They look really similar. I'm a little compelled to open a high voltage loot bag if we have one. I think we should have one. Here it is. Let's open one for the fun of it. What kind of crazy loot we'll get. Alright. Begin Tier 3 loot bag in 3, 2, 1. Hello. We got 8 SMD diodes. Interesting. As far as I understand, they are diodes aplenty, which I appreciate. What's this empty canister? Tier 1 rocket engine? Refinery. You put in a canister of oil of some kind. Filled oil canister, and you get a filled fuel canister. Liquid nitrogen. Okay, so this is some space canisters, which are compressed steel plate and steel ring. Blank fuel tank, oxygen compressor, tier 1 rocket engine. This has... Oh my goodness. Well. Just an entire land. Okay, so this is some spacecraft construction material. Spacecraft construction equipment. Well, I will take this. I will take a chest that I have, and we can store this space age technology in a dedicated location for later. Wow, okay. That was a wild first bag. I don't need more multi-polyethylene, but I would like more cells. But it's just tin. I can make more. I'll go for another loot bag, and we'll have another try at it. Next loot bag in 3, 2, 1. Ooh. SMD resistors. Add that to the collection of surface mount device stuff. And a diamond grinding head. Used in the construction of a basic rock breaker, advanced rock breaker 2, cryogenic magma solidifier, a high voltage macerator, other tiers of macerator, magma solidifier, and 2 gives a diamond borehead for railcraft. Macerator recycling suggests that it's made out of steel and diamond. Okay, so rock breaker is you get cobble, you get stone, you get obsidian. Oh, that's funny. That's a reference to an old Minecraft glitch. Where basically you would pour, I think it was like lava or something over redstone dust placed on the ground, and it would turn it into obsidian instead of doing nothing to it. Or just breaking it. I don't remember the details, but it did indeed turn redstone into obsidian. And it was hilarious. I'm eating the epic bacon. I know I shouldn't, but I did. Ha. Okay, back to what we were doing. We were doing this. How's the wire milling going for these? Very good. Now, as for the silver... 6666. There's our 6. Per the instructions to make the robotic arm, you're going to need any amount of gold cable. So once this is done, I will make gold cable wire with the gold, code it so that's actually a cable, and proceed from there. Just imagine all of the proceeding from there that I'm going to do. Right, code these. Almost forgot. It mentioned accepting the low voltage energy hatch as an option, which I guess I can do for the clean room. Because I imagine it works like the EBF in that it's just sufficient amount of amperage and you'll be good. Coding is complete. The gold cable is ready to be coded itself. Code it. Get rid of that E. And that is 6 motors. From here, it wants a conveyor belt, which we will do, a piston, which shall be done, and an arm, which we'll get to eventually. I mean, if I feel like it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Combined with this, we've accidentally prepared earlier. Some of the gold, right in the middle. Here's a conveyor belt. Excellent. From here, I think I'm just going to do the... putting the recipe for me. Got that. We have credit for the piston. We can now make the robot arm. 2 motor, piston. We are looking for the high voltage circuit. Arm. Victory. Next objective is temporarily destroy this reservoir. Get credit for the reservoir. We got credit for the reservoir. Put it back. And then recycle a little water to it. Something we can't do because we have no fluid cells because they're all full of polyethylene. Put them in there. Recycle the water. I see Excel's is loading. Hey Thega, is it working better now? I tried to fix it. Okay, good. I think the problem is that I was sending too many commands to Twitch about changing the status of the redemptions. Because I was sending disable the, like, nth and enable nth plus 1 at the same time, basically. So I added a bit of a time delay so that Twitch won't, like, accidentally do both at the same time and trip over itself. And it seems to have done the trick. Don't spam the API is the lesson here. Fantastic. Okay, we are now in high voltage technology proper. There was another thing I wanted credit for. What was it? Maybe it was just clean room in general? Yeah, this was also requiring that arm thing. But we got it now. And now we have the goal of going to the moon. Let's go check what the heck that's about in the space race tab, which is still locked behind something. Okay, that's Rocketeer 4. This is blocked behind Moonlander. This seems like it's the start. Yeah, okay. NASA Workbench is the start. And it wants me to make a high voltage assembler and an IV circuit. Okay, so NASA on the table. Great, fantastic, wonderful. Space Administration's gonna be real happy with me single-handedly making a space program. Let's put the grinding saw in here for when we make a high voltage macerator. Does that? No, I guess it would be like another grindy system for the medium voltage version. Moving on. Well, now I guess the objective is a clean room. It's certainly what I want to do. So this is our home now. Welcome to the multi-block goal. Oh, right. I can officially start the clean room quest now. So we need a clean room controller. The rest of these are optional. I will need them to make a clean room, but at the very least, this will set me up for official victory. We're going to need 3 instances of an item filter, which is 8 fine steel wire and some amount of zinc. So let's say 24 steel, finely bent into a wire configuration. And while we're here, let's make sure that we're producing replacement steel. I've been neglecting. Put the dust back in. Hear the squid over my shoulder. We go. Clean room. We got the steel. Make the fine steel wire. That is a wire mill on circuit setting 3. It's easy to remember because it's the only one that isn't like a power of 2. Next up, I am going to get a new wrench. To make a new wrench, not a single-use wrench, like a regular wrench, I will do Well, personally, I'm thinking of making it out of cobalt. The steel one lasted me a long time, but cobalt will last me a super... I could, instead, make an electric wrench. I think probably it'd be easier to just see what I can make out of cobalt ingots at this rate. Yep, hammer, wrench, pickaxe, all this good stuff. You can make a cobalt wrench tip, which you can then turn into an electric wrench. All right. But I think I will just stick to the cobalt wrench for now. Electric wrench is kind of a commitment. And we're not using the wrench to craft as much anymore, so it's purely for material processing. And we've got a lot of cobalt. Not a lot for industrial purposes, but enough to make a tool. Why is its attack damage almost on level to my sword? Maybe I should make a cobalt sword. Okay, new wrench. Stop distracting yourself. Item filter, get the steel coil. While that one's running, check to see if our zinc supply is good enough for the job. We're going to need 12 zinc. I think we have some zinc, but I don't remember how invested we are in zinc. Oh. Ooh, it's worse than I thought. I don't remember how we got this zinc, but we have it. This is fine. We'll bend it into foil. We'll have foil. We'll make the item filter. As for the rest of it, high voltage machine hull we already have. Stainless steel rotor is easy. That's just 10 steel. 2 electric motors. Now, I have a hunch. Hunch debunked. We need an electric motor. And that's going to be more electrum. That's going to be more everything. How's our gold looking? Not looking well, probably. Well, centrifuge is as centrifuge does. Let's see. 1, 2. 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. As per the protocol, we are going to make 2. Alloy smelter these into electrum while we wait. You're going to need 4 silver for the cables. We are probably going to need some amount of gold for gold wire, though I do have some spare. And that's for advanced technologies, not motors. Outside of that, we're going to need to do another bit of steel. I made 2 by mistake. I can fix that. It's just recast the darn thing. Put that there. That'll mold. How you looking? Take the next stack. Here, have a free battery so that you do not starve the system. Meanwhile, the item filters are low voltage, circuit setting 1. I'm guessing for the amount of polyethylene we need. Do that, do that. Third one's up on deck. The zinc is complete. How much zinc did we need? 4 for each, which is why I got 12. Good. Stainless steel rotors is a liquefaction step that is stuck behind the steel rod, still needing to be processed. Polarizer can polarize 2 without losing battery power, I suspect. It's 2 rotors, which means 10 here. Fluid extract that. Get the rotor mold. Good. Rotorma. And then what do we do with the excess? That's molten tin. We don't have a molten stainless steel container. And it's awkwardly a middle value. Wait, we're going to need the rods, of course. A little recycling. That's only going to be 3 out of the 4 rods we need, though. So, another one. Put it in there, and the extra rods we'll just save for a rainy day. Wire mill's done. Bending machine sounds done. That goes fast. The battery. Thing's about to stall. I saved it. That done. This done. Do this. Do this. Polarizer's done. Do that. Wire mill is empty. Because we were preparing this already. Setting 4. We also wanted to prepare some silver ingots for wire milling as well. Good, 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 good. There's item filter 1. Chance I did some of these steps already. No. At the very least, we're at 1 motor worth of electrum. Now we just need the... It's silver cable for these, but gold cable for everything else. Which is confusing, but I accept it. That, circuit setting 2, and this will be ready. Keeps going, keep running, keep gunning. Start the process over here. Assembly line it. Just in time. To there, to there. 2 high voltage motors. That is all the motors we need for whatever the heck I'm doing. Put the clean room on the build block. The final item filter is going to take another 40 seconds. At the very least, prepare everything else. Rotors, 2 motors. We just need the last filter and the electronic circuit. I thought I brought already, but I clearly did not. Okay. I don't remember exactly what I did and didn't do in Tier 3 before, but I certainly didn't do this. Construction of the clean room controller in 3, 2, 1. We did it. Clean room. Now, this ignores the fact that we need to make the rest of the clean room, but this is the high-tech component of the clean room. Everything else is just bulk processing, mostly. And that makes it easier, but tedious. Well, tedious in a different way. Can exempt 2 amps from an LV energy hub. That's what I suspected. So where do we put this miraculous clean room? Let's start with just... We'll work with the rest of the quest to get the material requirements for everything else. So let's say a 76 plastic box, 8 filter machine casings, which is... Oh. Okay, we're going to need a lot more of those item filters then. But slightly less if we use an assembly machine at medium voltage, which we will do. But these are medium voltage motors, so they're easier. Stainless steel frame box, though, is 4 on circuit setting 4. That's 2 ingots worth. And it wants 8 of them. So that will be 16 stainless steel. Do we have 16 steel? Barely. Well, we got to start somewhere. So where do we put the clean room? I don't know. Sorry, the game... Hold on, I'm experiencing a technical problem. If you'll excuse me for a moment. I think we're good. I think I'm good. Are you good? How are you doing? Not the point. Point is, I think we're good. Okay. Minor technical crisis aside, I think we're good. That technical crisis tripped me up so much, I'm trying to press tab to open the blueprint menu. That's the wrong game. got a big shoveler. Or shovelering. So, clean room. I'm thinking we expand the base vaguely that way and south. Because we've got all this fuel processing here, and I know we're pumping it to that giant tank, but we could pump it to a giant tank that way. And this could be sort of the next era of our high-tech facility. So I'm just gonna dig deep into the mountain and see what we can do. So, like, this whole system can pump fuel, go like, ooh, there'd be a big old tank here, perhaps. And let's say here's a good spot for it. All the random precious materials away, I suppose. From here, they said they were making a 5 by 5 by 5 for now. I thought they said that. So if it's 5 by 5 by 5, that means the top would be 3 by 3, and the entire top would be filter machine casings except for the center. So this amount of 8 makes sense. It means the interior will be a 3 by 3 square. So that... What the heck? Oh, are we above the dungeon in some way? Yes, we are. Okay. This is a redstone block from the dungeon. Also, hello. Okay, is that going to be a problem for us? Perhaps not. Let's just move the block over to the side. Hope it doesn't interrupt anything. So let's envision this as, let's say, this 3 by 3 hole. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a consequence of I don't use Twitter often to ever. So I probably didn't think about it. Now we might need to cut the edges on this, and that's okay. So 3 by 3 up. I missed. I don't know. I haven't thought of anything for you to design yet. What the heck? Who put a random granite wall here? Whatever. The clean room controller will go here, and construction has officially begun. Cool, now I need an obnoxious amount of filters. Filter machine, a Scanley's machine is 2. This is just a lot of steel. and steel and aluminum and motor. I mean, we were talking about an overlay, but also we were talking about how the fact that I like to keep it all minimalist like this, because I care about the game being fully seen. You steal your steel. Okay, exactly how much steel are we talking about here? Oh, and the zinc. That's going to be bad. So for every filter machine casing, we're going to need 16. And we're going to need 8. So that's going to be exactly 2 stacks of steel purely dedicated to making the filters. At least we know we have that. As for the zinc required as a part of this, that's going to be an issue. Where do we get zinc? We get zinc from zinc. How informative. We get zinc from small ink found possibly anywhere. We also get it from sphalerite. Right. That's the nether stuff, which is why I haven't interfaced with it at all. Uh-oh. Have we no sphalerite? We have sphalerite. If we smelt it, we get pure zinc. Now, how much zinc do we need? Every single item filter is 4. We need 16 item filters. So we need a stack of zinc. Put that in there and let it go. So is it really the right choice to make these item filters out of the fine steel wire? Can I just use the carbon mesh? It's carbon fiber and a low voltage autoclave. 4 carbon dust makes 1 raw carbon fiber. 2 in an assembler makes carbon mesh. That seems so much better and materially efficient, especially because we have a lot of carbon. So let's make an autoclave. 2 electronic circuits, a pump, regular thing. Yeah, let's just make an autoclave. Forget using the steel. We've converted our steel requirements from that to nothing. Okay, we need some steel to make an autoclave. Let's not get too hasty. 2 of those. A pump, which we already spent, so we can make another pump like this. The pump itself will require a supply of bronze to make the rotors and screw. What's the stainless steel for? Why do I have extra? Oh, no. This was for the rods. Yes. Oh, wrong slot. Okay. A rotor. And some screws. I'm going to make a lot of screws because we will be making probably more low voltage pumps in the future. That's just a decent way to sort of compartmentalize all of the excess. There, motor. Put it in here. one screw. I disagree with your logic there, because if... Okay, so consider the situation. We have a 1080p game being streamed at 1080p with absolutely no scaling. The game is ostensibly for you full screen. I exist here on this corner, obstructing some number of pixels. Excels exists on this screen, obstructing some number of pixels. If you made an overlay of some kind, you would be obstructing more pixels, or we would be creating a border around the game, which would require the game to be scaled down, because maximum output for us is 1080p, and the game's already there. So we're either downscaling the game, or we're obstructing more pixels. And the pixels I choose to obstruct on a particular game-by-game basis changes. I move, Excel's moves, they are not static. Coincidentally, you've seen me playing Greg Tech both times, so they're in the same location. But they move. So it's not that easy, and I'm not that interested in messing with the system. My inventory is a mess. I need to fix that. I need to mess with that system. We got the rotors. We don't need any more bronze. The crushed spessartine is unavoidably stuck in my inventory. I can get rid of the cobblestone and dirt because those were excavation materials. We get 2 rubber rings for the pump. And I don't remember what's left for the pump. Bronze fluid pipe of... Oh, wait. It's not even bronze. It's tin. I don't even know how to parse that sentence into English. It was tin rotor. It was tin rotor. Messed up. Messed up. It was tin rotor. Tin rotor, tin screw. We're gonna have to recycle the bronze. And we can recycle the bronze immediately. Use it. Oh. Was I suddenly embroiled in a lossy operation? Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I lost my bronze screws to the ether. Okay. Sure. In that case, I'm gonna need 1 more bronze. We have a pipe mold, yes? Yes. So in principle, I only need to do that. Take the bronze. Dump it here. No, because if there's an overlay, if the screen for the game is fully contained with the overlay, then that means that the screen for the game physically must become smaller. Like, if we assume that my overlay is just a nondescript black void, then I'm doing this. Oh, that's the wrong layer. Like, boom. It's getting further away. And that's gonna do like pixel compression and I guess not exact artifacting. I assume it's just like nearest neighbor or linear. Brings that. And what am I missing? The tin cable. Pump secured. That's the hard part. Okay, 8 steel, 12 steel, glass. We have the glass. And it's just more plate. 12 steel. If I wanted an overlay that preserved the 1080p, I would have to stream in 2K. Okay, I'll hop on Twitter real quick, but I'm not going to interrupt playing the game casually in the background. This is now a parallel action. Darn it. I fooled myself. Congratulations. Well, the process is different, the result's the same. I can work around my own foolishness, provided I can find a place to dump this stainless steel for a second. Eight there. Eight here. I'm going to need 2 more tin cable. Actually been a while since I did a low voltage activity. Okay, I'm observing the thing you have shown me on Twitter, and like, yeah, that's still obstructing stuff. Like, physically an obstruction is occurring here. Like, look at this fail text. I know it's not going to cut off a lot, but it's cutting off stuff. Pixels are being obstructed. And that's... At that point, I'm drawing like a 1 pixel colored line and don't need a professional artist to perform this action. I can make a square in MS Paint. The minutia here is converging on it being unnecessary. I'd either get an extreme thing that would be way too obstructive, or it's something so simple that I would have already done it myself, which I did. Excels is right there. It like... You're overqualified for anything I would actually want. Oh, right. That doesn't put things in inventory. Autoclave. Put that there. Nice. So, how's the autoclave work for what I want? I want carbon. I put in polyethylene and carbon, and it makes carbon. Cool. Put in the polyethylene. Get the carbon. I don't know how much carbon I need, but I have no problem over consuming on carbon. It's carbon. And then from here, to make this into... Oh, cool. In order to make this into carbon mesh, it's an assembler on setting 2. All right. Okay, alerts, I think, would actually be something I could use. I'm a little indecisive on exactly what I would want, because there's 2 ways to do alerts for me. One is, and I don't remember if you followed during the stream last time, but you saw there was a thing going on in my glasses, possibly. That's one option. The second option is that it temporarily obstructs Excels. And I think Excels might be a better option because on average, Excels is perpetually there. It's a nice, convenient, well-defined size rectangle. And it's already obstructing something, so obstructing it with something exactly on top of it is probably good. Also, hey, you found the... You pressed the button. I didn't notice you pressed the button until I looked at Excel and I was like, wait a minute, I thought I drew something, and then it wasn't there. So, figure that out. Congrats. I have carbon. So 1 stack of carbon dust makes 16 carbon fiber, which will make 8 carbon mesh. To make an item filter, I need 4. So 1 stack of carbon makes 2 item filters, which means I will need 8 stacks of carbon to make the 8 item hulls. How many stacks of carbon do I have? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. I'm putting a stainless steel rod there. Don't tell anyone. Hi, Capra. Also, Capra, look who it is. It's the person from before. From, like, Sunday, I think. Ah, okay, you've selected things. I've seen them. I've looked, and they look nice. The animated one looks neat and matches the overlay border you showed earlier. I will think of an idea of exactly how I want it to look. Like the two as is right now, or like a custom designed one? Should forward these over. Okay, that's all the carbon we need. Now we deal with the zinc. Is that finished smelting? Did I send it smelting? And then we go back to foil mode, which will ruin me in the future, but won't ruin me right now. Okay, so it's like a modular templated thing. There. We have carbon mesh. Wait, isn't carbon mesh... We can make tape! We can make duct tape. Alright, so it's like a template. Carbon needs to... Okay, it doesn't have... It kind of has to be done. Well... If it's only 16, overclocking it will put it at 64, which is half MV. We can afford half MV. Paranoia has cost me my supply. My organization is ruined. Do mold gear and then mold small gear. Ring and plate should be in their own sector over here. I can put the boots as well, I suppose. The items go over here and the rest can line the bottom. Good. One thing I will do, though, is I will re-solidify as much of the bronze as possible. How many ingots is this? 3. And then the screws. Oh, hi, Lark. How are you doing today, I guess? Sorry you show up in the stream and just immediately go down to moderative business. But that said, Lark is a much better business-oriented individual for internet television, that's probably the person you should go to in general to do businessy stuff. Clark is kind of like the agent for all of us. That's clear. But I'd burn the remainder of this wrench by process. That there, put out there, put that in there. Place and break this repeatedly just to destroy the wrench. There we go. You are circuit setting 1. You are all of the mesh I've gotten so far, and all of the zinc foil I've gotten so far go in there. Great. Oh. Oh, it's overclocked to 120. Uh-oh. Well, I don't know if I have a good solution for this. My battery is... Where is the battery? There, not there. I am not holding it. To the assembler. So why did it overclock to 120? If this was a 16-volt recipe. I mean, I could swap this over repeatedly. But once this is done, I can swap it over. And wow, that almost took all of the polyethylene I had. Battery here, and that'll hold for a bit. You're going, you're filtering. We have all the mesh, I think. And eventually this will be all the foil. Although power leaves much to be desired. I think it'll hold, especially if it pauses here for a brief moment. This should just restock to max. Also, if we're not assembling anymore, we can move it to here. That'll just work perfectly. Unless I'm mistaken. Oh, and it's polyethylene. Better get some more. Okay, it's still wood tar in the system, but that is intentional because it voids itself eventually. For item filters, what do we need other than the literal item filters? The casings need a medium voltage electric motor each, an aluminum rotor each, the stainless steel frame box. Right, we were going to solidify that, and I put the stainless steel in here. Oh! Wrong button. Phew. Glad that didn't have any consequences. So that's just gonna take a while, I suppose. But unfortunately, with it taking a while, it means I can't do anything else with the machines because we're at about power capacity. I say that because the thing I want to do is solidify the stainless steel into the frames. And that needs medium voltage. Probably. We could move the fluid solidifier over to the centrifuge location. After all, it's not running anything right now. I really gotta get more power generators. The rod rolled. The rod mold. It should be all the rods we need. Next up, aluminum rotor will need fluid solidification powers, so will the electric motor. The steel bars will also need to do that. It's 1 ingot per bar, so this will be 24 steel. All in rod form. Scratch that. We get a 4-to-3 ratio if we use an assembler on medium voltage. What'll that take? Or 12. That's not a perfect match. Wait, what am I saying? 3 ingots for 3 bars versus an ingot and a half for 4. That puts the amount of steel we need somewhere down in the level of like 6. Thank you, assembly machine. You, however, will be busy for not a while. If there's something I can do, it's maybe make the cables for the motor while we wait. We're gonna need 8 of them. So... $32 copper nickel, 8 aluminum, 4 steel, a lot of copper cable. So let's do some wire milling. And also more alloy smelting. Ooh. Maybe just get a stack of copper. We don't have a stack of copper. we do have is sufficient chalcopyrite. The literal copper supply we have right now is very small. Half stack of nickel. Let's just macerate this. Is there like a fluid mixer? I can take the Greg-Tech fluids and combine... I guess that's a chemical reactor, maybe. But specifically in the context of alloy mixing. I'm eating the delighted meal. Oh, and I'll eat the kimchi. Actually, I'll eat the kimchi alone. Leave the delighted meal in there. Hey, you're done. So, what was the order for frame? Setting 4, huh? Good. Plenty of filters. One electric motor already exists. That's cool. I suppose we put... Where's my wrench? Where is my wrench? Huh. Okay. Well, fluid solidifier is on its own line, but the fluid extractor can go here, I guess. And let's see. Remind me what we need. 8 motors. 4 steel. 8 aluminum. And there. And this is just for this. The aluminum requirements on this are about to become really, really bad. Because we're going to need 8 rotors, and that's like 40 aluminum. So real tricky stuff. Now, it's not going to be exactly 40, because a rotor is slightly less than 5. But I should still prepare 40. Everything's running. We go here, get these polarized. May as well polarize these because we're going to make more motors in the future. Just the battery. It is. Foil's complete. Foil can go in there. It's going to be a bit till that's ready. Polarizer is ready. Begin motor construction. Halfway there. The alloy smelter is almost complete, and we're going to need half a stack of this to be 2x wire. May as well put the entire stack in. Copper-nickel is apparently a very, very, very used material. Didn't expect our copper supplies to be so strained in this era, but they are. You think you evolved past that stuff, but you don't. It's still here. Done. I've sent them all to be processed. How are you doing? You're done. Swap over to rotors. That was a lot easier than I thought it'd be. Let's turn the rest into ingots. So it was 6 less. That means that 8 rotors is 34. Which means that 4 rotors is 17, which is a really awkward number to deal with. But that makes sense for the 4 1/4 paradigm. Right, the bars. I think the amount of bars we need is somewhere in the range of 6. I'm making 8 just to be safe. While this goes, we will need copper wire cable. So get even more of our rapidly diminishing copper supply. Put it to work. We can't. They're busy. In that case, I'm going to do just the half stack for now. Then we'll do some copper. Then we'll go back to copper nickel to prepare for later. Man, my inventory's a mess. setting 1, put in the... Let's make it 6... No, let's put in the whole thing. We're gonna need copper wire. Take that. Prepare the motors. Or at least this part of the motor. Halfway to what we need. One could argue that a rotor is a type of gear. It's spin. That's kind of the main descriptor I can give of it. 16, that sounds like a correct amount. So with the motors, we still need the bars. Bars going. Bar recipe is circuit setting 3. On medium voltage. Exactly how much? 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 24, so 8, 12, 15. No, I'm counting wrong. 8, 12, 16, 20. I think I was off by a bit. Seems the correct answer was 9.5. Doesn't make sense either. We need... We need 24 bars. 24 bars is made with 6 crafts of an ingot and a half. So, 1, 2, 3. That would be... I'm failing at basic math right now. That would be 9 ingots exactly. Okay, yeah. Well, whatever, we got there in the end. All that we're missing is a correct amount of motors. And all that we're waiting on for that is these cables. That cable's done. Put back in the Cooper nickel on circuit setting 2. Let that ride. With everything we've done, 8 medium voltage motors. Put them in here. 8 filter machine casings. I have made a mistake. I have made a mistake. It's only a reduced cost when done in an assembler. That is where I messed all of this up. Okay. to correct this, we are going to need... five more filters. And to do this in an assembly machine next time. Tragically, I appear to be a little short on carbon now. Or am I? Okay, how many do I need? This is not going to be enough. One stack of carbon makes, like, 2. Where am I going to get more carbon? How do I make carbon? I like the electrolyzer step, so charcoal... okay, charcoal dust it is. That, at the very least, is easy to acquire. Still full, you still full. That means this should also still be full. I just electrolyze it immediately, or must I go through the dust step? So be it. Here's our carbon dust. I'm gonna need more zinc, though. A zinc, which is sphalerite. Smelted. Okay, we're saving it. We shall remedy the situation. Is it 1-to-1 on electrolyzing? Is it 2-to-1? How good a deal is this? It's 1-to-1. Pretty fast, though. I guess it's doing an overclock recipe? Very least we can autoclave. Assemblers on circuit setting 2 here. That's ready. Out of polyethylene. Take a bunch of that. We'll split it 50-50. So that'll make 8. And these are made with 4, so yes, this does indeed make 2. Of which we need 5 minimum. That's where the other charcoal dust comes in. I will not overclock this recipe, I will simply put it in here. Don't want to overpower the system with too many machines running at once. At the very least, we got 5 of these. Oh, we only need 3 more. No, that is what I included earlier. Exactly how much foil we need. It was 3 per, so it was 4 per. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. So this is setting 1 with polyethylene. What are the other possible? There's no others, it's just put it on 2. Just so you're certain. Huh. The final total of 20 makes sense. And that makes sense for 5. Okay, good. Now I'll eat the delighted meal. So that's going, and our grave error is being corrected. Let's prep the rest of the grave error correction now. So, save 3. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 6. Missing the filters. 3, 3. And we're missing the 5 filters. First filter's about to be done, though. This will take about 5 more minutes. That alone takes 30 seconds. Yep, nope, don't worry. I got your power right here. Don't worry. Spare zinc, I suppose. We got a lot of random junk these days. But now that we have these parts prepared, let's focus on the pain and suffering portion. The plascrete blocks. We need 72 of these, which means we need 72 black steel frames, which means we need 72 times 2, which is, we need 144 black steel. And black steel is steel, nickel, and black bronze, or yeesh. Steel, nickel, silver, gold, and copper in a mixture. But that's a high voltage thing, so we gotta do it at low voltage. Which means we're doing this. Which means we need to make black bronze first. Okay. First off, the fact that this is effectively 144 steel in some alloyic capacity means we are going to suffer. Let's accrue all the steel we can and figure out the exact ratio for what the heck we're building. Not even the right steel. Okay, so we have 120. We need 144. Theoretically, what's the actual amount we need? So this is the same ratio. It's just all in one step. So this will be our measuring stick. So the ratio appears to be 15 steel is 25 black steel. Let's round it to making 150 black steel, even though with this ratio it won't actually be that much. That would equate to 6 crafts of this, so 6 times 15 is 90 steel, which we do have. Outside of that, we are going to need 30 nickel, 6 silver, 6 gold, and 18 copper. Which is, truthfully, quite doable. Big problem, though. Is that we need these things in dust form to mix. And that's just one component of this. We also need polyethylene pulp, which is easy. And we need concrete. My arch rival from making the BBF. We're stronger now. We're better now. We can do this. What do we need? I'm doing math. So, at a rate of 72 plascrete blocks is 144 liters of the stuff. Implies approximately 10,000 liters of concrete. Which implies 4 crafts of this. Which is fine, actually. What's that? 8 calcite, 4 quartz, 4 stone, 4 clay, and a copious amount of water over the course of 20 seconds. Suddenly, concrete seems fine. Okay. Macerator's done. Macerator is done. So let's run the black steel math. Let's assume we make 150. We are going to need, and let's just partition this in this box. Three steel makes 5. We need 30 craft, so we need... Oh, it's all 90 steels in this step, huh? Oh, because this is black bronze. Okay. So, all 90 steel is in the black steel step. Then we need 30 nickel. Nickel. And then we need the black bronze. 30 of it. Which means we need 6 crafts of this. So 12 gold and 18 copper. It's not that bad. So let's mixer. Setting 1. Oh, no, it's not gold at all. It's electrum. So in truth, this is a 6-6 split of this stuff. All right. At the very least, we can do it. Interesting, the whole recipe can be low voltage, which I appreciate. The filters are done. Splendid. Take the assembler out of here, put it in the mixer, charge it. It's 8 EU per tick. But it will eventually run through. Sure, we got the power for it. There, 18 there. That's the next step in the recipe. So we'll have our black steel. We'll turn it all into rods. Turn them all into frames. We'll combine it with some polyethylene pulp. And the concrete, which we will make. And we'll be set. Copper, gold, redstone. already. We're almost full on wood tar. Sorry, wood gas. I want to take more polyethylene for my purposes. Trademark. Can we, like, process polyethylene into something else? Like, we just take some polyethylene, fluid solidify it into the pulp, I guess. And then what's available to us? Fluid extractor back, extruder it back to an ingot, molding, fluid extractor recycling. Chemical reactor makes gel toluene. Melted into the ingots. The blastcrete is real. It's a ingredient in Teflon. Alloy blast again, Teflon. Fluid extractor. I can't, like, electrolyze it for anything. I guess not. And honestly, if I wanted to electrolyze out the carbon, I've got the charcoal right here. Mixing is done. Let's take all this, put it... Wait, remember the circuit setting is still 1. Steel, black bronze, nickel, more steel. Good. That'll run for a bit. But when it's done, we shall have 150... Okay, we'll have to come back and relieve its inventory space, but eventually we'll have 150 black steel ingots. And how do they smelt? EBF, medium voltage Cooper nickel, 60 seconds. So it'll be 30 seconds for us. Okay, that's just tedium, and then it will be done. Meanwhile, in order to make the actual plasticrete blocks, we need to get a way to have polyethylene in pulp form, and we're going to need 72 of it. So I guess we'll just collect 2 batches of 36, fluid solidify them into ingot, may as well. And then macerate them. Maceration is a simple process. It'll be done almost instantly. Chemical reactor's going. Its limiting factor is the ability to compress air together to fuel the process. Maybe we should start on the black steel as we get it. The EBF has been quiet for a bit too long. Bonk. There we go. Now that'll really drain the fluids out of these pipes. It'll take about a combined hour for the black steel to finish in the EBF. Unless we do something about that. So I'm wondering if... what if we should do something about it? After all, we can save like 10 seconds per craft, which I guess is 5 seconds per craft. We bump some oxygen in there. I've got just stuff to separate. We gotta get used for calcium. Its tool stats are... Tier 3, huh? That's like compared to cobalt. Cobalt's also tier 3. Durability is 51,000 versus 44. Not that much worse. And you're saying we can make calcium relatively easily. Okay, maybe we'll use calcium as our tool ingredient then. Maybe at least for like the electrical tools, not the fancy Tinker's Construct assembled stat tools. But like if we want to make an electric wrench, this might be the thing to do it with. Anyway, I'll go fill up the oxygen tank on this thing. Okay, let's engage some overclocking. Put it in batch mode. For just enough time to make this work. Okay, forgo the batch mode, I guess. I'm over it. Cool, we're gonna be saving ourselves like a minute or several by burning some oxygen for this. Let's take another stack of quicklime. Keep electrolyzing. I think we're about 2/3 done by my numbers here. A big amount of progress, but it's progress. Oh, we've hit the silent mode. And that is because it just feels like it. Okay. You run the EBF long enough, it just decides to shut itself up. Not off, I checked. Look at how not off it is. Once we're done here, I'll start making the conversion into the rods. That's 4 on circuit 4. Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, 4 on circuit 4 makes 1. So 2 ingots per. We need 72. That's why we're making 144 and rounding it up to 150. 3.2 seconds each. Extremely fast. But is there any difficulties with making the rods? Doesn't look like it. Medium voltage throughout. I guess we start. Production up. You're still running at 25 seconds. That'll compound over time. Once the mixer is done, I'll stop monitoring this so closely. So in about 30 seconds, I'll stop monitoring so closely. We'll have all the black steel we'll need. It'll run through. If we run out of oxygen, it will stall until we set it back to circuit setting 1. The machines here will effectively be done with its task. Right, gotta get the polyethylene bars as well. Okay, that's done. Head over to the big old macerator, start. No, I need the rest of the polyethylene. What I should do is put the rest of the black steel dust in the EBF to be smelted. 2 stacks remaining. That means it's done like 30, 22. Yep. An hour is an hour, huh? That's how hours work. At the very least, all that work will be contained inside that. Don't have to worry about anything else. We'll macerate these out into the dust at rapid speed. Good. One step closer to plasticrete. Hey, look, more steel. There's the pulp we need. Final step, which we will work on now and for the foreseeable amount of time remaining until everything's done. With intervals of some minutes to restock this thing. The concrete. Can we make the concrete? Answer's probably. We're not doing crazy bucket crafting anymore. We have a mixture and we have efficiency. We are going to need, as mentioned before, approximately 10,400 units, which means we need to do this craft 4 times. Can we find 4 quartz sand? I hope so. Oh, no, wait. We have 4 quartz sand. Excellent. Next, can we find 4 clay dust? Well, we can make 4 clay dust. Simply macerate this. We got extra. Put some of the extra stuff away. Some motors that we built. Okay, 4 clay, check. 4 quartz sand, check. Can we find 4 stone dust? The ordeal has been conquered. Can we find, to finish it all off, 8 calcite dust? That's calcium. Yes, we can. And then the rest is just water. So, concrete, mixer, LV. Oh, the mixer is pretty available. Circuit setting 2. Doot. And then 8 cells worth of water. We will get from our reservoir. Yes. Put them all in this mixer. How long is this gonna take? 5 seconds times 4, 20 seconds. Wow, this was easy. Why is it below my estimate? Wet concrete, mixer. Did the water, did the clay, did the stone, why is it Oh. Well, that's... How did I do that? For some reason... I know exactly what I did. I took the 10,000 to be like, okay, we're going up a unit of magnitude. But then when I was doing the math, I was doing it in terms of large fluid cell being full. So I was like, okay, we need a marginal bit more than one large fluid cell, not remembering that there's a difference between 8,000 and 10,000. I did the 60 seconds is not an hour is 100 seconds thing, but backwards. I'm a fool. Well, that means that we're going to need to do one more craft, I believe. Wow. Wow. That's just silly. Okay, quick lime there. Then we wanted the calcite, 2 of those. The last thing was stone dust. Okay, this'll be enough. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. Now this whole thing is made in an assembler, which we shall prepare by removing the polyethylene currently inside. Low voltage, yeah? No! Medium voltage! Almost tripped me up there. No circuit steading involved. Are there other things we can do with the concrete? Like, can we use it for concrete-related purposes? I hope so. I think that'd be fun. Okay, the roof of our structure is complete. How's cactus? Doing cactular actions. Next up, it calls for 6 reinforced glass, which is carbon plate, which we can do, and some glass dust. It wants us to make 6 of the stuff, so that would be glass that we have, 2 craft of this, so we need 2 carbon plate. And that's just 2 raw carbon mesh. Let's get our carbon involved. Love getting our carbon involved. Just 2. No, just 1. Okay. Welcome to the carbon era. Our only compressor is steam compressor, but it's a low voltage style compressor, so it works. Bonk. What other uses do we have for carbon plate? Ah, yes, it was an ingredient in solar panel. Windmill? Industrial craft machine casing, panel extender, aluminum iron plate for advanced solar power shenanigans. Carbon part boots for nanosuit boot. Okay, so nanosuit stuff. Neutron reflector. The glass. Okay, so things I'm seeing. Solar panels. Nanosuit. The thing we're using it for right now. In that case, I think I'll keep it in mesh form for maximum possibilities later. Like tape. Look at that tape. Little glue. 3 mesh, 3 sheet, we get tape. Now we can make it for a lot cheaper if we get fancy materials like advanced glue. How's the oxygen running? Okay, we got about 30 left in the chamber. How's that going? Well, at 50. Almost halfway there. That would imply that we want to make the oxygen, do all the oxygen we need. 2 more stacks of quicklime. So I'll just launch that while we're here. Keep them in storage for now. The glass. Finish making the glass. It's alloy smelter. Nice. I said it's nice. They don't know just how nice it is. Long alloy smelt cast. Craft. Uncommon. Oh. Hey, that's a bunch more of this stuff. We relinquish the dust for a second. We need to reload both the ingots and the charcoal. And out of iron dust. Fortunately, we got a lot of iron ore. Ingot. Bump, bump. Bump, bump. I'm eating a lot of non-sandwiches, so I'm hoping that my sandwich quality is increased. Seems like it. Good. So the glass is probably done. There's our 8. It only asked for 6, but we have 8. It wants low voltage machine hulls, cable diodes, 4 amps. Now I don't know what it means by using the hulls to transport stuff in and out. How does that work? Use cable diodes or machine hulls. All machines need a hull to keep their private parts together. Good news is they're crafted the same way. As noted on the tooltip, you can also use a machine hull to pass EU through at 1 amp. This can be useful for a 1 amp diode on thermos servers, splitting cables from 4 amp to 1 amp, or in a clean room later. You can also pass items or fluid through it. How? How do you do that action? How's that work? We gotta do some science. We gotta do some research on the machine hull. Maybe tricking me with the foil this time. Get some tin cables from upstairs. So, is it really as simple as it's saying? Just item in, item out? Do I need to use item pipe? Bring 3, just in case there's a logic to it. Then... I came up here for the tin cable. Yes, yes. Looking at it, it does have the visual markings of like a transformer, where it has a voltage point and a non-voltage point. So it makes sense in retrospect that you could technically use it as a diode without it being a diode. It's weird, but it's weird in the sense that you wouldn't think to do that until it told you, hey, you can do that. It's an unexpected interaction. That's a pretty cool one. What about the item thing? Let's just go to an open field for a second. I right-click on it, and nothing happens. If I... Let's set up some basic logistics. Not even conveyor belt. I'm taking that hopper, and I'm taking a chest. And we're going to see if this works. Bonk. There you go. So, in principle, that's probably unnecessary, but I'm doing it anyway. If I do, let's say this, it goes in the pipe. It's somewhere. Torch. Is it somehow in? It was in. Okay, so it acts as a storage. Then to properly test this, I'm going to need 2 hoppers. The real solution would be to make conveyor belts, which I can do. Actually, I will do that. I have a lot of low voltage motors lying around for just such an occasion. I'm going to let them be used for such an occasion. I'll use 2 chests, the hull, and 2 conveyors, and we'll see if this is true and real. Boop, boop. That calcium away. Put the rapidly diminishing amount of aluminum away. Bring me 4 motors. And I'll build the rubber on site. Wrong cable, correct cable. These, we need 12 rubber plate. Wrong machine. We're about to learn logistics on this day. I'm gonna take the other chest from the box. So here's our science. We have a chest of some torches or whatever. And we want to move them. Out. So for this, we want to export, and for this, we want to import. Oh, they're gone. Now we wait. It's real! Okay. So the machine hull acts as like a really awkward but very true diode and tiny inventory that you cannot access. But through that power, it has a power. Okay. So we can use what we've learned here. Been a bit. How's the... Ooh, it's over a stack. Pretty good. How's the oxygen supply? Oh, it's out. The machine has stopped. Oops. Let's get all that then. They've been distracted a little too long. That's okay, we can correct quickly. I'm just gonna go out of my way to dump the whole stack. And the full stack should do 1 stack of material, which will almost be exactly enough to get through what we need. We may need to swap it to the 60-second recipe ever so slightly at the end for like 1 or 2. Still though, good use of oxygen. Good source of calcium, though I don't know if we need this much. I'll wait for it. I waited for it. Now we're going to be fresh out of cells of the small variety until this is done. Then again, we just pick up more as it uses them. Great work. Well, separate to all of what we've been doing, we now have the reinforced glass, of which it wants us to do 6. It's said that 30% of the structure is allowed to be glass, and that the big mistake people make is having it be accidentally too much glass. So I will stick with the 6 it provides, or suggests. I'm looking in questions. I want to look in and up or in and down. I think it's probably in and down. And then given the number of plascrete it wants from us, I believe a clean room will have the corners be plascrete as well. We might want to remove these corners now while we have that in mind. And then as we're getting the facility up and running, we can decide where we want to put the hatches and buses and stuff. Okay. Clean room frame is done for as much as we've done so far. Let's start processing the black steel. We've got a lot of it. We know exactly what we're doing with it. We're taking basically all of the stuff and we're turning it into rods. $58 exactly is a weird number. So got rods in you? Yes. We got a spare large fluid container? Yes. Yes, okay. For a reason, I was just gripped by a fear that I got the ratio wrong, and that we actually needed more dark steel. But I think we're fine. We got some small cells back. Just short of 8,000. Good, now this'll run for the next many time. Should go faster than the EBF, but it'll still take a long while. I'm going to assume an Enderman pulled a bunny here. This opens up some worry that the rest of this is also compromised. That an Enderman might pull funnies elsewhere and maybe breach the safety of the base. The ones in the water are fine. Temporarily block the water for a bit. Just along this edge so I can reinforce the sides. That should be good. I'll have to pick up the bits of debris that are going into the cactus farm in this hopper. I'll wait. Yep, there they are. That might have been it. Okay, the cactus line is now safe. I suppose we can start making the plastcrete. Assembler medium voltage, polyethylene pulp. Pick up the polyethylene pulp. It's not here. Where did I put it? No? Yes. Polyethylene pulp ready. Just need the black steel frame. We need to make the black steel frames first, of course. That's low voltage, though. Just circuit setting on 4. Pick up the rods. Start building. We need ever so slightly more oxygen to get the rest of the way. So I'm willing to utilize ever so slightly more quicklime to do it. Just another batch of 16. Restocks it. Makes it ready for next time. After all, we got all the quicklime. We may as well make good use of it. We actually should set up a dedicated mega electrolyzer for all of these things. Most of them just need electrolyzing. Sodium carbon. A lot of oxygen from that one. Quicklime is the best ratio of dust to an oxygen. It's also the thing we get the most by far. Ultimately preferred. Phosphorus probably has some purposes. Banded iron is just, it's iron. For free! Soda ash is complicated and rare, and it gives us sodium and carbon, calcium. Then there's the magnesia, the super rare but highly coveted. Frames. Soon to be 16 frames. few more cells from here. Get our 16 oxygen from the electrolyzer. Take out the calcium we got. This will serve for the next trials. Okay, let's sort the inventory. It's been a long time coming. It's the absolute fundamental basics of put stuff in the places they belong. I guess my system is pump, conveyor belt, piston, robot arm. Works, I guess. Don't go there. Alright, we got all that stuff. Let's start with easy things. Element, 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 element. Compound, compound. Impure. And a bunch of ingots. Go, and you go, and you go. Technically, the copper should go in there. Same is true for the nickel. Back in there. Got some compound. An ore, an ore. Ore. And wait, I hit the sort button. I hit the sort button. Silver ore. We don't care about sulfur. Let's process some silver ore now that we are in an economy where we're going through silver. We're going through gold, but we're going through silver. The solution to the gold economy is centrifuge more gold, but the solution to the silver economy is process the ore. Material demands are getting higher and higher. This, however, is a good emergency reserve of copper, and iron, and copper, and lead, and iron. Keep the assembly line running. The more we do this now, the less we'll have to do it later. And it stops the amount of time we have to wait from getting any higher. I'm arbitrarily waiting for it to be a multiple of 4. So, if we're making 72, that's double 36, and that's quadruple 18. So let's do these in batches of 18, or maybe 9. Let's make our first plasticrete. Ah, it takes 10 seconds each. Good to know. Guess we're saving like 15 minutes by doing this now. Only 20 more minutes on this. Not even, because of the 5 seconds we're... And the fact that it's actually 30 sec... Yeah, yeah. Right, we've accelerated it. That's the whole point. So that means only 10 more minutes. Just about. Closer to like 8 1/3. Hey, you're holding up. You're pretty much full on that. You're halfway full on ethylene, and then you'll be filling up with wood gas. You got a surprisingly large capacity in all your things. But ultimately, I am very satisfied with the system, the processing, the assembly. The benzene line is good. How done are you? Almost. We're 15 remaining, which technically means 9 more. Because we don't need the full 150, we only need 144. The extra was just for convenient math. Make sure not to accidentally dump your regular steel in there. So to make enough for one, that will be 30 seconds. So even though it's gaining on the EBF rate of 30... No. To make... The process one is 15 seconds, so it's 10 seconds faster processing. But it's still going to be behind by the time the EBF is done. This is just too much to go through. We should have started it earlier. That said, it's not a big deal. After all, each one of these is 10 seconds. They're going to do their own thing. Let's put these in. Where exactly we're putting them in, I don't know. Probably the corners. I wasn't given particularly detailed instructions. Then... part of me wants to maintain a style to this. And I'm thinking of like a situation where it's almost like a sanitary room, which it is. But in the context of like someone's on the inside, someone's on the outside, somebody wants to pass an item to somebody on the interior. So they go to like the thing and they put a thing in a box and it gets transferred to the clean side after going through like a miniature cleansing chamber. So I'm thinking maybe we put the machine hulls for item pass-through on like these alternate sides, like one for in, one for out type deal. going. Practice going. Macerator is macerating that silver. And we can move it further along the process. We can't even recycle these, which is a surprise. Also, how do you make one? Compressed steel plate, steel ring, empty canister. Compressed steel is triple steel plate compressed in an electric implosion compressor. Or a regular implosion compressor. So it's technically triple steel, but processed even harder. Okay. Going over here. The final. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This 10 is the last. Exciting. So it's still got a lot to run through. And it's going to be running through this for a while. At the very least, it's off the rest of the circuit, so it will not interfere with anything else. It will just stop our ability to fluid solidify at medium voltage. Which does stop us from conveniently making many machines parts like motors. It's fine, though. It continues to be fine. Now we should recollect our fluid cells. Now that the rest of the oxygen is just in the machine's buffer. Ooh, a perfect multiple of 9 for this. Let's do it. Boom. The reason I got the red stained clay is because it macerates in the clay dust, which we can tactically electrolyze into sodium, lithium, alumina, and silicon dioxide. And water. But the water is more of a byproduct than anything. I'm not in a rush to do that yet. So for now, I will simply allocate a barrel for it. And behold, my backpack feels a lot less crowded. I think this will be the higher technology I don't know what the heck I would possibly use it with chest. Magic counts, I guess. The Abyssal Stone should get its own barrel as well. Now this gem chest is properly holding gems except for this thing. But it's an alchemy thing, so I have a new location where to put it. Black steel complete. It's not using the full power. We can do other things. We can double up here. Let's put down more plasticrete. And let's remember what inputs we're going to need for this machine as well. Based on the quest, it's expecting us to have a cable diode 4 amp medium voltage and a low voltage machine hull. 2 of them. A low voltage energy hatch and a maintenance hatch. I can bring the energy hatch now. I have spares from when I upgraded the EBF. We're going to need a way to up the amperage into here, but I think easiest way is to get a medium voltage generator and just downstep it. As for power, I expect power to come from this direction. So. And I believe that to be the case because of the place the fuel comes from. So power can go in here. We're going to want a separate power for I don't know what needs a clean room. Why do you want me to make one here and then want me to make one here? Free gallium, though! Oh, that's why. Well, it's not particularly egregious. And I think the gallium pays for itself. In fact, we don't even need to make these. We'll just buy them with coins. We have the coin. They have the wares. So... Wait, no, I can't do that, because if I put the input holes on these sides, it'll go in, and then be stuck on a wall. So, what if we put them here. Hmm? I like it. I think the floor is going to be normal stuff. Just some plasticrete. Maintenance can go all... As far as I understand it, the only thing going in the clean room right now is the circuit assembler. I may want to make this the elevator. Outlet wrench. It seems like most of the input stuff is going to be on this side. At least power items might come in through here. If we do input items. Oh. Why is it saying harvest level 2 iron is red, but this is tier 3? Hypothetically, I would put the circuit assembler right here in the back, so maybe this would be power input to the machine. And in a hypothetical future, that might also be... maybe where I take in items. Ooh, that's some good progress. I think that should get us 75% done in terms of plasticrete production. But travel anchor elevator. So much nicer than ladders is... you. You want me to make an elevator and you'll give me an elevator at no additional charge. It's steel plate, small steel gear, steel aluminum frame, that's 4 aluminum ingots, and ender pearl plate. So what you're asking is for me to make a block of ender pearl and then slice it. How many ender pearl do I got in here? Liquid ender. I got 8. I think there's 1 pearl in here. Perfect amount. Well, that's all 9. Then let's prep the cutting machine temporarily. We only have a medium voltage cutter for plot reasons. So we'll use that there. Give us a cell of water and start cutting. Fresh from the reservoir. Meanwhile, let's get some steel. We have some steel. Let's get some aluminum. We have some aluminum. How much? 2 aluminum. Rest is some molded steel. Actually, we can't fluid solidify right now. So, we're going old school. Get the lathe. They're 18. Oh, the final stretch. It's done. Now we can fluid extract and solidify. Guess I didn't need to do the aluminum on the lathe then. That's okay. It was still cool. Figure it's the same recipe as here. Aluminum frame. Next up is the 5 steel plate, 2 small steel gear. We'll go bending machine for the 5. Fluid extract 2. Prepare the plate mold. No. I was supposed to prepare the small gear mold. Now we're ready. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're elevated. Then I'll take the second elevator for free, and I'm putting this in the clean room. Nothing too complicated. Just slap it in the middle. And this means we're going to need a chamber below here to access. I guess we can work with this somehow. Blastcrete's almost done. Very good. So let's fill this up with logically what we want in here. We need the punch holes for something later, that's fine. Here's the energy hatch. We only need one because it can do 2 amps. We want 2 amps in there. We'll probably still power it with medium voltage. Do like a downstepper here. What's the circuit assembler? Power draw. It is known to draw full medium voltage. So we will need 2 generators dedicated to this sector. One for the circuit assembler. And that one maybe we can justify putting in the wall. Or we'll just use the diode as described. And then the other to power this. Or we just get 2 low voltage generators of some kind and 2 amp it in. That's probably fine. I don't know how critical item transit will be. Once this thing starts asserting itself as a clean room, I'm out of Blastcrete. I guess it really did want me to fill in the rest. Well, let's see. How many spaces are empty? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One of those will be another low voltage machine hull, so 7. One of them will be the maintenance hatch, so 6. One of them will be diode in, so that's 5. We're 5 short. Am I doing? No. We're just 5 short to filling this in. Recheck that. Oh. It wanted 76, not 72. Oh. I'm sorry, I can only do 75. Darn it. Well, then maybe we fill in with more glass. And just hope that we are not exceeding the 30% threshold. that's the case, let's start focusing on what it will be. Power in. Right, I'm stuck down here now. The power cable. Maybe maintenance here. I'm floundering a little bit. Oh, now we need more polyethylene pulp. Okay, so we got 3 more. It will be a bit of a sizable pain. We do genuinely need more than this, though. Okay, one of these is for the second hull. One of these is for maintenance hatch. I really am one short for this to make sense. Fine, I'll make another batch of dark steel. Let's see. Wait! No, that was just regular steel. Wouldn't have to have, like, random dark steel I found somewhere else. That's Damascus. I do! It's Ender IO dark steel, but can I still use it for this? No. And the reason is because the thing I'm looking for is actually black steel, not dark steel. Darn. So, what is this again? 3 steel. Okay, so steel, 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 nickel. Gold, silver, and 3 copper. Step 1. This is Electrum now. Oh, you've got it. No, that is correct. That'll make steel, steel, steel. And then get a nickel. And I need steel dust. So macerate some steel. I'll keep the rest of this for something. In you go. There we go. 5 more black steel to be fed up. I believe we have 11 cells of oxygen still in the system. Meanwhile, let's focus on the other parts. Tin. And maintenance hatch is the hull and every tool in existence. Fire saw, screwdriver, file. Already have a hammer. Soft mallet. Already have a crowbar. A mortar's not involved, no? No. Okay. I need 4. Stop. I need the diode as well. And that's copper cable, which is also up there. I'm just forgetting all my everything here. Then anything else for the diode? Or medium diode. 2 aluminum plate. 4 annealed copper cable. So that's that. And 2 more aluminum for 2 more plates. And then buy the diodes. confirm it from the quest itself, just in case I'm doing something wrong. Do multi-block goals. This thing. And then finally the 4X pair of annealed copper. Great. Should probably get my circuit assembler and put it in there as well. One back here in the corner. Dark steel is cooking. Dark steel is cooked. I will take my 5. I will fluid extract 4. They shall be made into rod. Maintenance. Maintenance, maintenance, maintenance. Do it. Saw. File. Hammer. Soft mallet. Crowbar. Wire cutter. Screwdriver. Wrench. 1 maintenance. Because of its functional proximity, I'm going to put maintenance here. A nice sanity check that everything is working. Final 1. Possibly final 2 if that glass is taking it a bit too far. I will make 2 plasticrete, but I don't know if we'll need the last one before the system is satisfied. And another final 2 polyethylene pulp that I must inconveniently go through the trouble of processing. last read. So hopefully it just starts working. And I assume we use the thing at the top to check if it's working. Well, it's not complaining about it being ill-formed. Now, what this called for? Carbon. You may be wondering, why does it call for carbon? The answer is tape. I should put my other tools back. The only ones I use on a regular basis are the wire cutters, the wrench, and the hammer. And the crowbar and the plunger, I guess. Where's my excavator shovel? Oh, no. Well, if I lost it, I lost it. I'll make a new one out of cobalt. Stack of charcoal dust makes a stack of carbon. Make some more power in the autoclave. Let's just put the rest of the polyethylene I have in there. Need somewhere to go. Then it's 4 carbon thing and 4 rubber sheets. Carbon complete. Preparing carbon capture. Circuit. Oh, it's 3 of each, not 4. Circuit setting that I failed to pay attention to is 1. It's medium voltage. Pick that up, I guess. Put it there. Put it there. Put her there! Splendid. Now let's go tape. Pow! Okay, shut down the power loss. Excellent. Let's get power. So, what do we do for power? My thought is that we're not currently using the semi-fluid generators right now. But I prefer to use a gas generator. I don't have much. Steam turbine exists, but really ill-advised. Especially for the distances involved. Instead, I suppose we'll hook it into the creosote system. This is most certainly the I am too lazy to... Oh my goodness, one of these is a combustion generator and the other is a semi-fluid generator. What the heck was I thinking? Maybe we can cheese it. If we use one combustion and one semi-fluid, the creosote, maybe by the time it gets to full strength, because the EU required decreases over time, according to the thing it told me. Which means that maybe, after a bit, we can swap out one for the other. Or swap to just using one. That's what I mean. Okay, let's get a bit of cable with enough amperage for this job. Which is to say 2. There's our 2. Just pump the creosote further. I didn't realize just how bad the log situation was. I think between the 2 of these types of pipe, we should have enough. Okay, with all that stuff set up, we should be ready to test. As soon as I make my inventory less obnoxious to deal with. With the added little caveat of... I don't remember why... Oh, right. Let's fix the log situation. We need to make sure that the creosotes can handle all this. Do a few trips. There. Now we power. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, so every 9 seconds, it increases a percent. And I assume as it goes, power requirements will go down. As long as I don't do something terrible, this should be fine. And we have a circuit assembler now. We can do these. Oh. Oh, the laser engraver and cutting machine. How the heck am I going to get fluid in here? Well, I guess by that. Okay, so that's why they wanted 4 full amps in here. Let's prepare for that then. Get those machines, put them in, get some... It's annealed copper, right? And set them up. I think I'm getting a good mental impression of how I want to set this up. On one side, I'm going to have a column of machines and inventories. It's going to be cutting machine on the top. No, sorry, laser engraver on the top. Then below that, the cutting machine. And below that, a chest. They'll each feed into each other in a line. I imagine me needing to have 3 of those for what I'm planning. The water shall be piped in from... obnoxiously far away. Actually, that's fine. Because we've got polyethylene tech. A fluid solidifier that can make pipe. Frankly, small pipe would be overkill for this, but I'm doing normal because I don't want to make another mold. Should probably use like a cool sciencey light in here. But I believe that is slightly beyond me. Oh wait, I can't put the pipe directly in the front like this. It'll need to be the side. I don't want to break this. Might have to. I fix. Basically. That. Wrong machine. Laser engraver goes there. Lenses are ready. This is the configuration I'm envisioning. Let's get a chest. I meant an iron chest. I want it to be good and to have inventory. I also just want it to fit the aesthetic of a clean room. I could do it now. I have the water. I could do it now. You can combine these into one super steam thing. I could do it. That's something to consider. It would save on charcoal and stuff. Cost more water, but that's fine. If you were wondering what happened there, it was just a minor... I fixed his soul. I repaired it. Oh. Take more polyethylene, put it in the thing. Yes. Okay, so here's the idea. This pipe is our go-to for water. We just need a little more, and we will cut it through here to get to the water. Because the water pipe's right here. Here it converts. And then separate to that, here's the real genius. Gotta excavate to it, but it's still genius. We do this. And this line I don't know why I keep my slicing machine over here still. This machine will cut as the creosote power source all the way to here. I say, had I had enough pipe. Hey look, it's enough pipe. Now all we need to do is get some pumps for it. So pumps for it. We don't have any, but we can make some. Ooh, item translocator is a possible option. What's the... No, it's a bunch of tin. A bunch of tin is what it is. So we have a bunch of tin. We have... That will be enough tin. I don't need the black steel. I have this random rubber sheet, which I guess I can put away. And I put it away. Good. Slicing machine can go... Here, okay. I'm losing focus. I'm losing it a little bit. So, remove that. Remove the exactly 240. That's a weird amount. Nope. So, that's enough for the rotors. That should also be enough for the screws. Auto output it for convenience. Get the pipe mold away. Get the screw mold. And carefully do 2. 1. 2. Put that away and get the rotor mold. Is also an unfortunate out. Where's the molten tin barrel? Here it is. The molten tin away and... Oh no, that added it to the collection. I think molten screws are just a weird amount of material. Well, not molten screws, but just regular screws. Pump, I need to remember. 2 rings, check, check. Bronze fluid pipe. That is fine. That's fine. We have fluid pipe technology. We just take 3 bronze. We might need the big one for this. Then take the... final mold in there, fluid extract here, take this out, put this here. Wait, I need 2. That's the whole thing. I need I am losing it. And I had 6 this whole time. And while that's going, we run over here, and I pick this up, put this here for... No, it's the rings. We only need 1. We already have 3. That 3... Take that 3, put those in there, get the pipe, and then more tin. Cable. Might be 2, it might be 1, I don't remember. And the motors, of course, I need the motors. I brought the motors. There's the pumps! I'm back into the depths of insanity. That scared me. Stop it. Pump there. Pump there. Import. Import. Creosote runs. These are getting empty. Good, 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 good. And we don't have the... Yes, we do. That's everything. Creosote powers goes to this. No, we need one more pump to finish this last distance. What if I just use like a medium voltage pump just because I want to be done? I'm doing it. What the heck? Hello. I'm sorry, I've been tunnel visioning for the past 20 minutes. What the heck's been going on? I see Sophia returned and I received an entire raid. Hello. I don't know where you're from. I don't know why you're here. I don't know what's going on. I'm playing Greg Tech and I'm making a green room. Not a green room, a clean room. We're just about to get water pumping to the cutting machine inside, but I keep running out of pipes and I keep not making enough. Screw it. Medium voltage pump. We're going overkill. But also, hello, I'm Exception of Internet Television. I am one of several people who stream here theoretically, but I'm the one who does it the most. I'm the volume streamer. Don't crowbar. Click. Import. Cutting machine. Gets water! Wow, everyone's showing up right now. Okay, water to the cutting machine. It's just the wires. We got our annealed copper. Coat it in some rubber to better insulate the darn thing, and we will have a fully functioning clean room. Three. So, in case any of you just showed up was wondering, we're basically taking a lot of charcoal constructed from this monstrosity to make fuel. But we're also taking some charcoal, or some creosote produced from separate monstrosities, as a bootleg fuel to go into power to make this clean room clean. Efficiency is 100%, so we're no longer going to break things in here. Power up, power up. Power in there. There's 4 amps of pure medium voltage power. Where's my wire cutters? Ironically, using them to combine wires. The power comes into the clean room through there, goes up here, will power this thing, and this thing. All that's left is some conveyor belts to... Okay, we don't actually need conveyor belts because they auto-move themselves. We'll need a wrench to put the output and item auto output, and then we simply need a good collection of storage chests that are vaguely thematically appropriate. I will be making them out of iron for that purpose. In unrelated news, I am starving to death. You are now sufficiently informed. Okay, take these plates, double them up. Take the 3 chests I've been lugging around for far too long, combine them with the plates, and get ourselves an iron chest. All the benefits of a double chest in one block. That's the sales pitch. I'm not selling them to you, but somebody might. I'm not sponsored by Iron Chest mod. Though I should be. Alright. That there, put that there, put that there. Fantastic. I will need to cut these for a second. Output down, output down. No. Nope. Item auto output will go downwards. Item auto output will go downwards. The basic idea is that we will put silicon wafers in here, select our lens for what we want to engrave. They will be engraved and get funneled to the cutting machine where they will be sliced into individual, I guess, like circuit operations, and then outputted into this chest for convenient storage. Which means I should get the wafers. And I don't know what we should perform our inaugural engraving test on. I'm going to go for the CPU, the glass lens. Here's our current wafer supply. We need to restock. From this, all shall be made. The pipe's a little awkward. We might want to move this to there, but we'd have to re-clean the clean room. So instead, we'll just awkwardly move our body over this. It's not like we need to interface with the cutting machine. It's automatic. Begin. Wafers in there. We'll take out the glass lens in 3, 2... I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. What am I doing? The problem may not be obvious to you, but it is obvious to me. I'm talking all about how we have all this cabling going to the system. It's good and great. I've never actually shunted any power into this thing. This is just an empty outlet. It's not connected. We gotta connect it. I will not actually connect it. Instead, what I will do is I will take an existing generator. Oh, I'm under attack. A lot of ghost spiders need exercising today. Okay, instead of doing any of that, I'm just going to steal this. Bring it on over. Wait, this isn't enough. What's it take to cut this? It takes full... Okay, ignoring the fact that we do not have the power production, nor the fuel, nor the pipe work, nor anything that would make this a sane and rational plan, I'm doing it anyway. We will cut this. And it's fine, because it will only do one at a time anyway. Okay. That's initial power to everything. We get to go back in the elevator. Yeah, we ball. Back to the countdown. In 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, operating 120 EUs per tick. That's medium voltage, 1 amp. How's this holding up? It's cutting pretty fast, but I think it should be enough. I won't have to refuel it. $30 more seconds. This place could really use some good lighting. $15 seconds. That's the craft. It should now be down here in the cutting machine. It is. And this will take a minute and a half. Let's check the fuel. We have time. Yeah, we'll be fine. I don't remember the exact math on how fast it drains. I don't know if I ever tried to do that math. But we have enough. And that'll solve this task, yeah? Make a central processing unit, which is legally a circuit component. Can't do those crafts, but with regular transistors, capacitors, and resistors, not in that order, combined with some fine red alloy and molten lead of all... Oh, we can use soldering alloy. That's ideal. We can make medium voltage circuits immediately. Which is really, really good. And then this, being an integrated processor, we can probably turn into a high voltage circuit of some kind. A bit easier. Okay. Next circuit in line is the processor assembly, which is done with 2 processors. The inductor, capacitor, RAM, fine red alloy wire, and plastic circuit board. So aside from this small coil, which is steel, fine copper, and... Never mind, this is the easiest thing to make in existence. Ah, but if you add in annealed copper wire, you can get double your craft if you do medium voltage. This is fine and easy. We are about to unlock a brand new era of... This is the dumbest problem I'm having. The chest is under a solid block. I cannot open it. Let's just move it there. There it is! A central processing unit. We have the silliest problems here. Okay. So with this whole entire CPU, I can't open that chest either. This was a terrible plan. Why did I do this? These chests were a mistake. They don't work. They don't help. Fine. Okay. Ignoring all the embarrassing mistakes, we have a clean room. We do not have fuel being pumped to the clean room. We do not have sufficient power in the clean room, but we have a clean room. Next step is probably making a whole lot more medium voltage power generators so I can actually stop having to deal with stealing power from myself to myself. Unfortunately, that requires aluminum. A resource, rare, and very... Oh, there's my shovel! Okay, we have 4 aluminum here, 2 aluminum here. Where are we getting more aluminum? Well, in the compounds, we have cobaltite. The classic, when electrolyzed, becomes cobalt, arsenic, and sulfur. Arsenic is a very important ingredient in making silicon boules. Sulfur does not exist. We don't care. It makes rubber, but we already have enough. And cobalt. That's not aluminum. I am looking at the wrong thing. Okay, we have lazurite. Normally what we do is we take our giant collection of sodalite dust and electrolyze it. And we should probably do that now. Problem is that doing anything with the sodalite Causes byproduct of chlorine. A resource I don't actually like to have. It has its uses. I just don't respect them. So I guess if I gotta do anything, like, liquid storage is something that we are struggling with immensely. I'm going to destroy this tank using an illegal tool, which will remove all the chlorine in it, thus opening the space to dump all the sodalite in. Now we can get whatever we want. This will give us a lot of things, most importantly some aluminum. Not much, but some. It'll also refill this chlorine tank. And chlorine is useful. You gotta etch some circuit boards with it. Frankly, the silicon and aluminum is really what we're after here. Sodium could be used to make batteries. I've been too lazy to. Honestly, batteries would probably be what would save me right now with all of these power problems. So what do we need for generating a gas generator's worth of power? Well, if we check over here in the advanced gas turbine, we're going to need some motors, which we can get, some rotors, which we can get, some medium voltage electronic circuits, which we can now make thanks to the clean room, and then a hull. The hull is what we need the aluminum for. I'm going to attempt to make 4 medium voltage machine hulls. No, I'm going full bore. We're making 8. To make 8, we are going to need 8 aluminum here, which is an entire stack of aluminum in Minecraft terms. I guess I'll keep this running. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 sodalite makes 3 aluminum, which means a stack makes roughly a fourth. So a stack makes 16. So with 4 stacks of sodalite, we would get approximately the stack of aluminum we need for this. Once that aluminum's done, we will take that aluminum, drag it all the way over to this monstrosity, and smelt it. Technically, to be maximally respectful of what it takes, okay, we can do this. It'll take 1 minute and 5.75 seconds. But the other way of making the blast furnace is compressing it into this raw aluminum nugget thing, and then powering it from there. But okay, technically making it compressed will make it burn faster. Problem with this is that we have to do this intermediate step of compressing it in a steam-powered machine box I made like several streams ago. Might be even around 20. Material processing is a grandiose mess, and I am ill-equipped to do it well. For now. Get to the point where this is probably full of itself. Yes, it is. Too much sodium. Maybe take out some of that. Start processing this. Just because we don't have an assembly line doesn't mean we can't assembly line it. So every 10 seconds, that'll be done. It will take 30 seconds in here. Which means that we should start it immediately. Circuit settings should be set to 1 for this. We do have oxygen to make it go faster, but not enough. Just confirm. Yep, just about 33 seconds. Alright, we bought ourselves a minute to walk away, do something else, and come back. What we're going to do is we're going to go over here and get more aluminum. Alright, now we're going to buy ourselves 2 minutes. In addition to the minutes we already bought. But we also spent some time. You gotta spend time to gain time. It's all very economical. Ah, wait. Oh, wait. I've ransacked the power to clean the clean room. But I can unransack the power now because the clean room is clean. It doesn't take as much power to clean the clean room anymore. That should still be connected for safety. How are you still full? Your pump's correctly configured. You're just... I guess we're just not using that much. Okay. This is where it gets a little silly. It took, at the very start, these 2 generators to give enough power to the clean room to get it to be clean. But now that the clean room is mostly clean, it doesn't need that much power. So we can steal this one and bring it back. Loop it over here. Make sure the power is going into the machine. And then we can fill this with raw silicon and it will be converted into silicon solar grade. An important step for using it to make transistors and also solar panels. So I gotta be honest, I don't know if the solar panels are actually worth it. They're pretty expensive. And, more importantly, they barely make any power. After purchasing ourselves another 6 minutes, we may proceed. Look at it go. Nice little automatic system. Silicon goes in here. A bunch of catalysts convert the hydrochloric into some fancy silicide. And it just keeps going around and around. Once this reaches... Never mind. We already have 2 from earlier. There they are. And with these we can make the first of 8 holes. Like so. Other material we'll need is polyethylene. And much more than that. Actually, I'll leave the uneven amount of polyethylene in here in the autoclave. That's a safe place for it. We'll just take a whole handful of polyethylene out of there. Walk it back over to the assembler. And now it's ready for assembly. We're also going to need a lot of copper cable. By my count, 16. At minimum. Just for the hulls. Hey look, it's 16 of it. Purchasing 6 more minutes. For a grand total of about 10 right now. Maybe even 11. I reckon you're getting full at this point. No, you're just out. Well, I'll take the rest. I have very little use for raw silicon dust that isn't solar grade. So I don't feel bad about turning all of it into solar grade. Gotta restock those wafers for the bulls, after all. Tin cable will be unnecessary. We're operating in medium voltage. Tin itself, though, will be greatly appreciated. Wait. Okay, you're sphalerite, not tin. We're both a similar color. Ignite you. Get as much tin as possible out of that. No. Okay, well, I don't regret my actions in the long term, but it was not what I was supposed to do. We need bronze for the rotors and stuff. So if we're making 8 of these, how many rotors do we need? It takes about 15, slightly less, for each rotor, and we need 3. Sorry, 15 for each generator, and we need 8. So, about 120, slightly less, 2 stacks. How's about we just take the 1 stack and see how far it gets us? Fluid extractor will move to the fluid solidifier to just cast our shape out of whatever we desire. There it is. Factories whirring. So here's the method. Step 1, put plate in here. Step 2, move machine hull back onto this side with 2 copper cable. This produces the hull. Getting full here. It made 2 and then stopped, or this is a graphical error and I should just check again. No, it made 2 and then stopped. Why? Oh, because I stole the power. Yeah. Sometimes you don't think about the consequences of your actions. I need to take this back, please. It needs to go home. Alright, just slot that back down there, wrench it up, and there you go. Okay, we have 15, which is enough for 5 of them. It's not 8. It's 5. We can technically make more bronze. It's annoying, but we can do it. The optimal ratio for... Wow, we are 1 short. This will take some of the tin. Would be 16 and 48. We can't exactly match that. We're 1 short on copper. Means that we need to bust out the old supply of chalcopyrite and turn that into copper. while taking this lovely zinc that I will mistake for iron later. The moment we get one ingot, I'm slapping it into here. Then, past the original 8 that we spent here, oh, it's not an even multiple. Darn it. So we're going to need 2 more. No, just 1 more, because it's 3. Then 1339 is the rest of the ratio. We're good. While the tin, I remembered I don't have a use for. Put it away. How's the compressor going? It finished. Alright, so 24 minutes and all the aluminum will be done. We don't need to make every single aluminum thing at once. And we won't. More. The moment we have the resources to make one of these, I think it'll be worth it to make one of those. 8 additional cable. Of the copper variety. And then what's used for the motors? More copper cable. And aluminum and everything else. Which means that in total, this will take another 8 copper worth of cable. Thank goodness for being on top of making more material. This, however, is easy. Slap it in there, coat it with rubber later. That's all we need. As for the motors, this is going to cut into our copper nickel supply. Where is our copper nickel supply? It's not in here. It's in here. How many does this make? 8. That is half of what we need, which means we need more copper dedicated to the cause. Stop smelting the dang tin. That over there. Put this over here. Get me a handful of chalcopyrite. We are doubling our copper smelting. Copper nickel is not that complicated. If we need another 32, I'll make an entire other stack. I could have used that copper dust for it. I would need to macerate or use the alloy smelter. It doesn't matter, I'd have to smelt it anyway. How many motors do I have already? 3. We can make 1 now. And that'll help with power. Check on everything except for the hull, which I have, and the circuits. Let's talk circuits. If we're going to be going with the central processing unit approach to circuits, we are going to need these newfangled plastic circuit boards. Something I've never made before, but can make now. from this quest, which is asking me to make a bunch of iron 3 chloride. I can do that. We are going to have to interrupt the solar farm for this, though. Okay, so how do you, a real, do this? Step 1, get some iron dust. I prepared this batch earlier. Step 2, go to your designated loading zone of hydrochloric acid and insert the iron to make thing. Which thing? I don't remember. Does it just make it direct? Oh, it does. And it also makes hydrogen. So the way of this is that upon this loop completing, we need more cells. We're going to have a collection of iron 3 chloride. The solar grade hydrochloric catalyst system to make silicon go solar grade silicon is lossless. All the chemicals cancel out and it's just a pure cycle. Iron 3 chloride, however, is not. We are permanently embedding chlorine into the iron 3 chloride that we are taking out. In order to replenish the solar farm here, what we need to do is give it our own supply of chlorine. So effectively we're putting in iron and chlorine, hydrogen's being used as a catalyst. We get that out. Fortunately, I've just spent the past several minutes complaining about all the chlorine we're accidentally making. Here it is. So we can replenish the system very easily. And this part already works as you would expect because this recombination process is the exact same between the solar processing and the iron 3 chloride processing. The only difference is we gotta wait till this empties out because the iron 3 chloride is waiting to be pumped into here. But with all of this chlorine, we will replenish the system. And I guess we can just take the iron 3 chloride out of here instead. Ah, it's in here now. So, pick it up. It looks like the system is asking for 2 more chlorine for hydrochloric acid. Which makes sense. It's 3 chloride. And we made 6, so it would have taken 18. So we give it the 17th and 18th. The system is now ready to produce more solar-grade silicon, so we can take the raw silicon from earlier, put it back in. Back to what we were doing, the iron 3 chloride has been made. This will allow us to make empty plastic board using a combination of the iron 3 chloride, polyethylene sheet, and copper foil. If only we had some copper. How much does it want from us? It wants us to just make 1, but I have greater ambitions than that. Because I want to make this. And I want to make more than 1. I want to make 4. So I'm going to make 4 of these at the... Technically speaking, eventually, I want to make 16. 2 for each of the generators. But that's overkill, because I just need 2 right now. I just realized that we are going to need to cancel the silicon production again temporarily. And the reason for that is this is the only chemical reactor that might be empty for our convenient access. So we'll wait for this to recycle itself as the cells go. So, fluid auto output off. To make this, it is a chemical reactor. Circuit setting does not matter. Iron 3 chloride, plastic circuit board, copper foil. So, we do that. Six copper foil is an awkward amount for this. So I'll make sure that when I'm doing it here, it's a multiple of 4. That should be good. Oh, wait, not 8. We wanted 10. Good thing circuit setting 8 wasn't anything. Okay, there's going to be plenty of aluminum for what we're doing. But what if we had more? 15 more! Well, then we'd get 15 more aluminum. That's how math. Got 8 more plate. Put that in here. We've created a second hull. That's all that's missing. So, the plastic circuit board is... Uh-oh. I'm going to confide in you a secret. I am not a person who owns sulfuric acid. How do we do this? Okay, we have sulfur trioxide, water, How do we do this? What the heck is this stuff? I never learned how to make sulfuric acid. I probably would have learned it somewhere over here. What the heck is this stuff? What if we cheat? Is cheating available? Let's see here. Cheating is available! We can cheat! We're saved! Alright, what's the cost of that? 5 green chemist. Oh, thank goodness. We cheat! Welcome to sulfuric acid. Ah, great, my food supply is in shambles. Okay, let's, how about we eat a lovely tomato? And then some full oranges. Sorry, onions. That's a completely different vegetable. You might be saying that orange is not a vegetable. Technically, any plant matter you can eat is a vegetable. I understand that that's a very unsatisfying, pedantic answer, and I agree with you. I just don't want to be wrong there. I'm going to eat a fifth one as a way of apology. Oh, we're just out. We're just out of food. Okay, that explains everything. Why is an advanced centrifuge in my pantry? Oh, that's not where advanced centrifuges go. Oh, you're right, it's our salad mixer. It's how we mix the salad. I wonder if that's real. I wonder if you can mix like a salad. Salad. Well, there are many salads. Sort of assembled out of nothing. Oh, nope. Wait. Okay, yeah, no. I don't think we can mix a salad except by manual. And even then, I don't know how mixed it is. I don't remember what I'm doing because I was stressed. Okay, sulfuric acid. We're making plastic circuit boards. In a chemical reactor, we will get 2 and many foil. So 1 polyethylene sheet equals... Yeah, okay, I guess it... You can liquefy a salad. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This should be all the polyethylene sheets we need for the circuits. I mean, I have a fluid extractor. If there's a liquid in a salad, we can get it. We can extract it. And then you can have dry salad. And also salad extract. Isn't that how vanilla extract works? I don't know. Alright. So, we're doubling up on copper foil here, and we'll see what happens. But if I understand this correctly... What? You're not real. We didn't... What? I didn't... I didn't put... Why do I why have I doubled my iron... Okay. I'm ignoring that. I'm turning you off so that you don't mess with the formula. So, 8 polyethylene sheet foil. That should make us 1 stack, sorry, no, 16 plastic circuit boards. We are now going to need a lot more foil for the rest of it. The Cooper nickel from earlier should be... I never started the Cooper nickel. I will start the Cooper nickel. That's why I had the nickel earlier. Because I was gonna make Cooper nickel. And now I am. Okay, if I'm right in the math here, that should get us 6 per. Now let's check how this is going. 3 down. Good, so that is working. The iron 3 chloride, we do not need that much. Oh, the iron 3 chloride's in there because I didn't use it yet. I didn't double my iron 3 chloride, I just never got to it yet. My brain, it is scattered. They used, what the heck's the thing called? I gotta check this. I'm doing the thing I do where I put too much effort into a joke such that the setup is never going to be worth the actual payoff, but I need to go to the SCP Foundation subdivision admonition and figure out what the heck they called the thing that I'm referring to. The brain scatterer. Okay, it seems like they didn't actually give a name for the device, but it was Project Deicidium. Deicidium? I mean, it is supposed to do deicide, but it does that by brain scattering. Hence the reference. Alright. We await the construction of our plastic circuit boards. This will take approximately 3 minutes. I will wait. While I wait, let's make more rotors. We only need 3 more trinities of rotors, so it should just be 45 minus a bit. And if we overshoot, we can obviously always just go back and reconvert them to ingots. Liquid processing's convenient like that. Start the process so we can see if we are overshooting yet or not. We're looking for 9. I'm making a gamble and only putting in 14, but I think that's a really good gamble to be making. Separately, don't we have a bronze container already? Yes, let's use it. Okay, well, confirmed, this is some serious overkill. But it's a manageable overkill. Let's all recall that we have a bunch of bronze in a bucket. How's the plastic circuits? Has it been 3 minutes? Almost. About a half a minute to go. And just in time, the Coopernickel's done. All the factory is converging on the truth. Hit that to circuit setting 2. Take that copper out, put that Coopernickel in. Coat these. The age of uncoated copper wire is mostly over because that was almost entirely an electronic circuit thing. And we are beyond that tier of electronics. We got wafers. We got boules. We got surface mount devices. Basically breadboard. We're breadboarding it. Excellent! The plastic circuit boards are done. Now, iron 3 chloride, copper foil. It begins! Wait, do I need to hold this to get like a quest reward or something, or are we good on that? Nope, we're good. Put that back in. We shall get our plastic circuit board. Functionally a breadboard. And we will attach other things to it to make a proper circuitry device. Just one will accomplish the quest reward, or quest line completion. But I'm in it for the actual material object, so this ain't good enough for me. That said, it gives 3 rewards. I'll decide through them later. But with that quest complete, we will now begin to get credit, and the ability to do, the integrated processor quest. Next step in line. Straight to medium voltage. No more making a low voltage circuit first. No more making an ultra low voltage circuit first. We're going straight to level 3. 2, but 3. It starts at 0. It starts at 1/2. Well, you're going to take your time. More time than even the previous thing. 40 seconds each. We're making 16. That's like 12, 11 minutes. Ooh, we've actually burned through all of our creosote supply. We now have a direct financial incentive to make sure that these stay operational, because we're fueling our machine with it. Why the heck am I fueling the machine with it? Answer, because I kept not building generators. The ideal solution would be to have it be run on benzene, which we can just take from this pipe, run it this way, hook up, and then keep going. Which is what we will do when we need to actually, like, provide the fuel resources. Meanwhile, I'm going to do something completely unrelated and get more plastic pipe. We're going to need a good supply of pipe if we're going to be, well, piping all the liquids around. Each large fluid cell gives us about 17, 18 pipe. So even just doing this twice will be good for us. That back. I resort this so it makes sense to me. Everything's going well. Nice. So we've already built 2 hulls, so we only need 48 of this. The rest will go to circuits. Well, not circuits, the motors. Kind of like a circuit. It's just one wire and it converts a signal into spindle. Almost turned it into foil. Circuit setting 1, please. Thank you. I guess I can start. Does the combustion generator take benzene? It probably does. It takes a liquid, and benzene's a liquid. It's the semi-fluid generator that can only take creosote. And those, well, the one we have is here. Almost halfway there. Alright, so motor tech. We're going to need 16 motors, and that's going to take 16 aluminum, because this one aluminum is 2 rods, and we need 2 aluminum rods per motor. So wait for 2 more in approximately 1 minute. Separate to that, we are going to need a core rod of magnetized steel. This is the thing that will rotate. Because we only need 1 rod, we only need half the steel. So we will do the plastic fluid extractor, solidify into rod, and then we will magnetize them in the polarizer. Or I guess polarize them. I was wondering to myself where I got these glass bottles, but I remembered I drank the purple drink recently. Here it is. Purple. The drink. I'm still out of food. I need to prepare some food. Let me just go to my kitchen real quick. See, chop some onions for me, please. Excellent. We can do a little bit of tomato. It seems we are out of cucumber. Let's get some from the store. Fortunately, I already have a lovely prepared collection of long bread. Not necessarily a sandwich, more like a baguette. It's like a foot-long sandwich we're making here. It would appear that my knife is about to stop being sharp. That's okay, I got another knife. It too can be sharp. With all of this and our lovely collection of slices of bread, we can bring together all the ingredients and make 16 lovely sandwiches. These are the premier food option of this playthrough of GregTech New Horizons version 2.7. Currently 3, though I'm considering upgrading to 2.7.4 or 2.8. And now we have sandwich. Very good. Try making it at home. You have stopped because you do not have enough foil. I brought the rest for you. Okay. Should have been about a minute, probably more, because I was talking. There's our 16 we need for the rods for the motors. Separately over here, we have our steel rods, which can be polarized. Just be sure to not put them in the wire mill, otherwise they will be converted to wires. And I know that rods and wires are very similar. It's an important difference. Hey, we can cheat again. Our cheat cooldown has ended. Seriously though, we are going to need to find a way to make sulfuric acid. It's probably going to be a big ordeal. Especially because logically, sulfuric acid is going to be a prerequisite for every circuit we make now. How do we make sulfuric acid? I suspect they wanted me to make sulfuric acid from the oil quest line. Yep, there it is. So they were like, yo, check it out, it's oil. And then they would go here and be like, hey, make a distillery, distill the oil to get sulfuric light fuel cell, and then distill the... I'm missing a step. Yeah, light fuel cell. Yeah, okay, distill it into a light fuel cell, then what? Maybe I'm wrong. Sulfuric waste that came out of the oil fractions could be voided, but it's actually a useful byproduct for your progression. What does it mean by that? Hydrogen sulfide. No, wait, we're distilling it. Toluene, severe, lightly steamed, cracked, heavy fuel. I'm clearly missing something. Light fuel cell is... Okay, distillation. We get oil to sulfuric light fuel. Then we add hydrogen to make it light fuel and hydrogen sulfide. Then we take the hydrogen sulfide, add water, and get diluted sulfuric acid. Then we distill it to get sulfuric... I'm not doing all this. I might have to do all this. How you doing? Ooh, you're done. Splendid. With this power, we can bring this over to the circuit assembly station and prepare it for when we're ready to go. There's plenty of other things we need, but that is one of them. Holding up over here, good. 16 motors. 16 motors. I was right, we needed more coil, or wire. 16 motor. That's a 16 motor right there. $16 more cable. This will take about a minute, maybe a minute and a half. Oh, look! The smog is back! That's how you know we've been using the EVF for a long time. I think I'm wearing the suit. A lot of good pipe right there. Yep, you're looking fine. You're... How much energy is this thing even using? 4. If we're really careful and never have any efficiency problems in the clean room, we could theoretically just power this thing off of like a solar panel or two. Maybe just like a single ULV solar panel. We'd have to carve a hole to the surface, but it's not that far. Some batteries to help balance the load, and we'd be set. Cables are done. Cables are in. You are right. I will, I'll close up soon. Thank you for keeping me healthy and sane and reasonable. Technically, I was about to end the stream like 2 hours ago, but then the raid happened. I'm very impressionable like that. I wasn't just gonna let 15-ish people not be entertained for an extended period of time. We need a barrel for that quicklime. We should also grab the entire circuitry chest and bring it over to reality. Like, look at all this stuff we already got for things. Dolly the heck out of that. I understand the law. I'll take a break. Let me just finish up the circuit thing. It'll be cool. Alright, now we've saved a little bit of time on our cup running it over. It's just the circuits. We just need the circuits. This. We got CPUs. Fine red alloy wire. Capacitors, resistors, transistors. We go. Oop. Okay. Diodes, resistors. Put them in here. CPU. Put it in here. You need soldering alloy. But the full thing that we need here is resistors, 4. Capacitors, 4. This is just aluminum and polyethylene. I assume, justifiably, that this is enough transistors for whatever the heck we're doing right now. That's in. That's in. We needed transistors. It's capacitors now. There's some really thin aluminum. Some really thin polyethylene. Vending machine set to 10. Let's get the polyethylene. There's our plate. There's our plate. Oh, wait, I don't have a fine sheet solidifier. So this doesn't make sense. I don't put this on 10... Well, I will for the aluminum. But I put it on 1. Let's just call 4 good enough for now. Well, if I'm doing 8 polyethylene sheets and these are equal... No, it's 2 to 1. So, the full 16 then. Well, that was fast. This is going to be overkill on capacitors for the immediate future. Ah, but I will need regular polyethylene in fluid form. All of this is in a medium voltage assembler, of which we have you. We gotta find a permanent home for that concrete. So if it's 1 for each, then I need 32. How many is this? 8. Get another 8. And then double it and return it. Oop. It wasn't even a quest for capacitors or anything. It's just like, hey, it's a thing you gotta make now, make it. And you know what? I am making it. This is the wrong cell. 2304, 4608. Okay. Coil's ready. Go. Go. Circuit setting is... Not doing that, not doing that, not doing that. This one is 3. It's working. Okay, so next thing we need is a decent bit of red alloy. Red alloy is easy to make. 16 copper, a stack of redstone. I have no redstone. I have redstone. And if it's just going to be fine wire, this is going to be plenty of red alloy. Because of the heavy cost of making the red alloy, which is to say that it's a bunch of redstone goes to waste, I've tried my best to move to technologies that will allow me to avoid using red alloy in the recipes. The fact that I only need a little bit of fine wire for medium voltage circuits is a massive improvement. And I'm pretty sure that the low voltage microprocessor requires none. I think that's something I discovered last stream while looking at recipes. Even this 8 is plenty. We're gonna put this on fine wire. Sanity check. It is fine wire, yeah? Yeah. And it's red alloy. It's not red stone. It's not red stone alloy. They're different things. And that's plenty. And will continue to be even more plenty. Let's see, what's missing here? Resistors. Well, I know the cure for that one. It's the SMD resistor. Carbon dust, 2 polyethylene, and some fine electrum wire. Gives you a lot. Let's make a stack of this stuff. Where's my carbon? That's some carbon. So, same as with the red alloy. Turn it into fine wire. This time, though... I forgot I was doing hull tech. Oh, we've made a lot. Let me just sort my inventory a bit. Sulfuric acid away, glue away. Take that. So I'll put the 8 here, even though there's some already in. Then we take this fine electrum on this fine electrum day, put it in here with some carbon, and circuit setting 3. It is not working because we need a medium voltage assembler. We gotta use this one. Unfortunately, it's busy. I can unilaterally declare it not busy. Put that in there temporarily. I just need to pick up my stuff. Move it over. There's an argument to be made for putting the medium voltage assembly machine in the clean room. Just because so much of what we do with it is electrical nonsense. Alright, I can pick this up again. And I can put some... I can put the concrete away. That's just a whole bucket of benzene I gotta put somewhere. Meanwhile, the hulls go here. This is R8 hulls. So check, 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 check. It's just the circuits now. Look at that. It's a beautiful thing. We're gonna have some spare carbon. I guess I'll leave the spare carbon in there. Once this is finished, we can go back to making 1,000,000 capacitors for the next, like, month. There it goes. This should be everything. We have capacitors, we have transistors, we have resistors, we have the fine red alloy wire. It's circuit time. I don't know how many this will make, but it will make a lot. Let's see. Transistors, check. Capacitors, check. Resistors, check. Fine red alloy wire, check. All that's left is enough soldering alloy for the job. We keep our soldering alloy in here. It's about 3,000 liters. Bonk. It begins! It's only asking for 1. I'm making 16. What? Oh, yeah. Right. The consequences of my actions. Forgot. Well, I guess it's tradition at this point. We'll take this one. Do I have that bucket of benzene? I'm gonna need it. I love the consequences of my actions, huh? Such a wild time. In you go. Okay, it made 2. Let's take these 2 immediately and make another generator, one of the 8, to replace. There it is. Put it there. Turn it up. Phew. Now this has power. The circuits are being made. Let's just watch the circuits be made. If we do manage to go through all of the plastic boards, then that means that we will have one. I don't think we're going to have enough transistors. Can I make a transistor again? Fine tin, silicon solar grade plate, molten polyethylene. Well, 6 ain't bad. Big problem's the silicon. And what's the conversion rate on this? We get 6. We're using 8 per, so... let's say 6 silicon solar grade. I'm going to round that up to 8. This is a wild one. Because this enters the fun and exciting world of chemical bath. The way chemical bath works is that we need to take hot ingots and cool them down. So we have the chemical bath with coolant installed. We put in our hot ingots, they will turn into regular ingots, but the coolant will turn into hot coolant. We will then need to find a separate situation to cool them off with. And in our case, we're going to put the hot coolant into a tank with a heat vent into a puddle of water. The water will take the heat, and the hot coolant will become regular coolant once again. Now, it takes a bit of time to cool an ingot, so we want to shuttle these back and forth as frequently as possible. Like so. Takes 40 minutes to cool, it takes 40 minutes to heat up over here, so it's about a balance. Then we turn them into plates, combine them with, what was it? Fine tin wire and polyethylene in a low voltage assembler, and we have our transistors. Is there an SMD transistor? Resistor, diode, transistor. What does it take? Gallium foil and annealed copper wire, or tantalum. Wow, okay, so at the cost of gallium. That's scary. That's scary. You want to spend your precious gallium on some transistor? Spooky stuff. I guess it's a way to get around the need for the silicon. Because that's slow to process. So we're at a point right now where, for many things, our weakness is the physical availability of materials. One day, this will be different. And when that day arrives, the equation will shift to being that we're not processing them fast enough. In a situation like that, taking a plentiful gallium foil that's very fast to operate with. You just have gallium, turn it into a foil, get your capacitors, sorry, transistors. That's probably a lot more appealing to somebody than dedicating blast furnace time and cooling time just to get a circuit component. But for us, who considers gallium to be rarer than gold, And silicon to be a dime a dozen, the time spent using the EBF to process it, heat it up and cool it down is worth it because we're not spending our precious gallium. One day that will change. I mean, I say gallium is precious, but I think I figured out a way to get a lot of it recently. Or at least I stockpiled a bit. Maybe. Yeah, there was some resource we mined that had gallium in it. Gallium. Right, we can get gallium out of fancy zinc processing, which we could do. Bauxite. Sphalerite is... Yeah, there's like a weird 1 in 11 chance we get gallium when we electrolyze sphalerite into zinc and sulfur. Which is why we had so much sphalerite. And also why maybe it was a dumb idea of mine to so quickly smelt it directly into zinc. That was supposed to be our gallium supply. Oops. The EBF is silent, indifferent at my suffering. Well, I guess we're going to have to get more sphalerite, which I think we get from the nether, which I'm not happy to go back to. But it's not like we need a lot of gallium. We're going to stick to gallium for Boole with gallium arsenide crystals. The arsenic is easy now, because we got the cobaltite. That might not be the correct thing. No, that's silicon. Silicon and sodium. No, that was the sodalite. I need to check. Where's my cobalt? Yeah, cobalt, arsenic, sulfur. Cobaltite is our arsenic source. It's just the gallium, which we can get from sphalerite sometimes. We get a lot of bang out of the buck with the wafers and the bools. We can even dope it for more, but I don't know how to dope it yet. Forgot what we were waiting on. You. So here's the hot coolant. You can tell it's the hot coolant because it's red now, as opposed to like the weird blue it was before. Five more seconds. Fantastic. We'll also do our civic duty and turn the hot coolant back into regular coolant. We'll come back for it later. For anti-lag purposes, it only checks for hot coolant to turn into coolant every couple seconds. And by couple, I mean like 5. And by 5, I mean it says it's 5, but I don't think it's being truthful to me. I think it's performing some untruthful actions. There it goes. Pick that up, we can put it back in our big old bucket of coolant supplies. Now's the easy part for all this. Bend that. Get some tin. Tin is something we've been making recently. There's some. If we're going to have 8, I think the ratio is, yep, 8 to 8. 1 to 1, because you get 8 fine tin wire. You get 8 fine wire per ingot. So if it says 1 plate of silicon and 8 fine tin wire, it means that you need 8 ingots of silicon and 8 ingots of tin. The numbers. And then, of course, we're going to need to glue this all together with an equivalent 8 polyethylene. Funny enough, we can do this one in low voltage, but why would we? Answer is because this one's busy. Well, you're going at 120, so let's put the battery in here. Well, there's our stack of fine tin. Put it in here. It is circuit setting 2. Now we just need that silicon. There's that silicon. It begins, and it'll be done in approximately 2 minutes. Meanwhile, we are getting way too many capacitors. I overbuilt them severely. But that's fine. It means we'll have plenty to use in the future. It wasn't even that big of an expenditure on aluminum. It was like 16 ingots. And we've got multiple stacks of capacitors. We'll be good. Especially with all the microprocessors I'm planning on making later. It's the same recipe as the processors we're making now, except the red alloy is swapped out with copper. Frankly, I'm very happy about it. And you get 2 per craft instead of just 1. That's the real magic. This is enough transistors to finish the job. So let's finish the job. I know that I've been hyping this up as me ushering in a new era of... What are we missing? Resistors, capacitors, transistors. Got the circuit board. There's... Oh, yes. We gotta cut another CPU. At least that works. We need another sandwich. There's all that. You will spend your time recharging. You are... We're almost finally through all the capacitors I made. Let it be known that they will not be a problem for the foreseeable future. We will never reach capacity at this rate. Dump all of those in there. Transistors. I said dump all of those in there. Oh, That's a funny interaction, huh? Okay, 3 stacks of that stuff. Half a stack in here. Let's get this down to the exact ratio. Resistors in there. Good. You done? You are almost done. 30 seconds remain. We'll take those, put them over here. Get our other 8 circuit. Oh, that's a problem. Right, the chest isn't there anymore. It moved to here. Okay. And go. So in about 80 seconds, that'll be done. While we wait, let's check on the fuel. How's it looking? For all that we've crafted, and we are still over half benzene. We're at like 75% benzene. Great. 75% of what I put in, not 75% of full capacity. To clarify. So, I know I already made one of them, but I want to save making the other 7 or all at once for maximum drama. I should move it here. Here we are. Eight more medium voltage circuits. These processors are going to be a backbone of our future industry in medium voltage. And it shall start by being our power source in 3, 2, 1. 7 gas turbines. We've only had 6 up to this point. We have doubled, more than doubled our supply. So the plan is that 2 or 3 of the ones holding in my hand shall go to that clean room. The other 5 shall be used for general production of power, automated assembly lines, and other just like dedicated personal projects. Possibly the sandwich factory, definitely the glowstone processor. Good stuff. We finally have a decent backbone of power to our factory. Save for maybe the fact that we're going to be running through our fuel at rapid speed, now that we've doubled our consumption of it. Pipework needs to be improved. Proper layouts of stuff needs to be established. We're not, like, fully set to go to the future. But we can see what our engine looks like now. I'm Exception. This is in TV. Have a good day and good night.